Okay, boys, let's do it.
Let's do it. Hello, traders, family, friends, and of course, everyone else. How's everybody doing?
Good. Yeah. Too good, matter of fact.
Well, that's nice to hear. That's nice to hear. So glad you could make it. You're at the right place at the right time. And yes, we have saved you once again a front row seat here at TopstepTV. TopstepTV, the only, biggest, best names in the trading world are on this show. So remember that. Remember that. This is opening call. He is JD, the good-looking guy with the Chicago accent sitting right next to me. And I'm just another guy with a full agenda, but happy to be here. So we got an informative, educational show for you today, each and every day. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you. I used this one yesterday, and I want to use it again today. Never look down on anybody unless you're helping them up. I really like that one. So I used it 2 days in a row, so neener. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how with our good friend JD, who is subbing in for the Hoagmeister. Good morning, JD. How are you, buddy?
Excellent, Eddie. How are you? The Hoagman. He's out for 2 weeks. So I think Gabe and I are going to be switching. Gabe, Robert, and myself will be switching in and out, taking Hoag's spot. So, yeah, we'll be around for a bit. Glad to be here. Always love filling in for Hoag.
Yeah. I tell you, he works very hard and well earned. We will miss him. Yes, we will. But we will get by. We shall strive. We shall keep pushing forward until he gets his ass back in the seat here. So, let's get this party started. News. Yes, we do the news here. July 3rd. Now remember, folks, it is a half a day today. All right, 12 o'clock noon Central. We are off. Markets closed, and we want you all to just relax. Tomorrow is a day off. Take the day off, rest, relax, but we'll be back Friday. But anyway, up to the news. The U.S. stock futures hovered mostly around the flat line today. That was as investors awaited the release of the Fed's latest meeting. We had some numbers come out here, and we were talking about it before we came on air, and it's like these big numbers really didn't do much. So, really didn't do much, but the main indices here climbed previous sessions. The benchmark 500 closing above 5,500 points for the first time ever. Elsewhere, Apple is reportedly set to take an observer role on the board of the GPT maker OpenAI. So we did see stock futures very quiet here today after the main averages on Wall Street climbed the prior session. Yesterday, the benchmark 500, as I mentioned, closed above 5,500 for the first time. The tech-heavy NASDAQ composite inched 0.8%, finished higher than 18,000 points for the first time. Mega cap growth like Apple, Amazon held the gains. Electric car maker Tesla was back in the news here after it unveiled the better than expected second quarter deliveries. So Elon's wiping that sweat off his brow. We will be having the Fed minutes today. All right. Now the Fed minutes are going to be at 1 o'clock Central. We will be out of here. Markets will be closed. Up to you if you want to find them and see what they've got to say. But I mean, what it is just the minutes from its monetary policy meeting in June. So we might not see anything new. There might be some edits of some sort, but it's the same old. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell predicted that inflation will return to 2% by late 2025 or the following year. Thank you very much for that good news. So they're going to take their time before slashing rates. Now, despite the comments, markets widely betting that the Fed will unveil 2 cuts before the end of the year. And these are monitored by the CME's group's Fed Watch tool. So if that tool is working, well, we'll see. I mean, it's up to the Fed. I mentioned about Apple taking a observer role in Chat GPT. And with an observer role, Apple will attain similar insights into the OpenAI's inner workings. As peer Microsoft, the software group is currently OpenAI's largest investors. They put down a nice chunk of change, near about $13 billion into that company. And that's what I've got so far, JD. What do you got here? What else we got coming out here today? Let us know, please.
Quite a bit. Everything that was supposed to come out tomorrow is coming out today. Oh, I see Andre just checked in the chat. Happy birthday, sale at Hands. We'll see Andre back on Friday. But overnight, markets in Asia. Markets in Asia closed a little mixed overnight. Shanghai Composite down 0.5%. Nikkei up 1.25%, and the Hang Seng up 1.18%. Europe markets are definitely trading higher this morning. The FTSE's up 0.5%, DAX almost a full percent, and the CAC is up 1.35%. We've got the VIX hanging out at 1213, the U.S. dollar index at 105.47, and the yield on the 10-year note is sitting comfortably at 4.4%. All right, we had some big numbers. Quite a few numbers out already this morning. We had international trades in goods and services came in a little better than expected, negative 75.1 billion compared to a consensus of 76 billion. So that's a trade deficit narrowing just a bit. Jobless claims came in a little worse than expected this morning, 238,000. 233,000 expected. So just a few to the bad side there. NBA mortgage applications down 2.6% week over week. Challenger job cuts, which measures corporate layoffs, 48,786 new corporate layoffs in June. But it's a lot better than the previous month. May was over 63,000, close to 64,000 corporate layoffs in June. So that number's gotten a little better. And the ADP employment report came in at 150,000, expecting 161,000, a little worse than estimates there. Later on this morning, 8:45, we have the PMI composite final. 9 o'clock numbers, factory orders and ISM services index. 9:30 Central Time, EIA petroleum status report, and the EIA natural gas report is coming out at 11. Both those energy reports coming out this morning. Eddie already mentioned FOMC minutes coming out after the close today will be gone. Those come out at 1 o'clock. But we know that those FOMC minutes, all they're really doing is just trying to dissect the rhetoric, looking for clues into the future of interest rates. So we're not expecting too much change there. And don't worry, it won't be a market mover today, but we could see a little follow through on Friday morning. We do have the jobs number out early Friday. Non-farm payrolls at 7:30 Central Time Friday morning, and the Baker Hughes rig count. We also have a Fed speaker early Friday morning, John Williams. That's what's on the docket for today. Eddie, what's happening in the world of crude oil?
Texas tea, black gold. Crude prices rose today. As you can see, we topped out 83.26. Nice little run, but we do see a little pullback there. U.S. crude futures traded 0.4% better. Brent added 0.5% better. And both benchmarks had fallen back from their highest levels since the end of April during the previous session. And a lot of concerns here regarding that hurricane. And they always sort of bring up the energy when we get these hurricanes. Hurricane Milton Berle would disrupt production in the Gulf of Mexico. Hurricane Burl. You name your kid Burl, right? Don't they take names from hurricanes? Burl.
That's an interesting one for sure.
Yeah. Burl's like a guy's name. Wouldn't it be a hurricane? Not a hurricane. Never mind. Never mind. The industry body, American Petroleum Institute, they gave us some data yesterday saying that crude oil inventories fell by just over 9 million barrels in the week that ended June 28th. And that was much, much more than expected. So, energy information due out as JD mentioned. Now, here's something, put a little hair on your chest. Here we go.
alive. Oh, it's alive. It's alive. It's alive.
Yes,
It's alive.
it's alive. And if you remember that one, that's from the Frankenstein movie. But the book, first edition. See, I like going to flea markets and estate sales, garage sales, and finding that little treasure, you know. But the first edition, somebody had these first editions of Frankenstein, and Heritage Auction set a new high price for these three beloved book titles. Only privately owned first edition, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, became the a rare, very rare, expensive book at auction over the weekend, selling for a hair-raising sum, $843,000. Nearly triple the estimate. Just three first editions of this novel are known to exist. That's why I keep telling you folks, go to your grandparents' house and say, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to clean out your attic for you. No charge. Just don't let them know that you found the fourth edition of Frankenstein. Just take them on vacation. They'll never know the difference. So there you go. Now we've got Gabe. Gabe, how you doing, buddy? You okay over there?
I am. How you doing?
Right. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. You doing okay? All right. Gabe, our good friend. Yes, we know and love him. We've got our tips of the week here today. And there it is. Perfect. Adaptability. It's too bad those villagers couldn't adapt to Frankenstein. Pitchforks and torches did him no good. Adaptability. Now remember, it fosters a mindset of continuous improvements, all right? Personal growth when you are adapting. Traders who embrace change will remain open to new ideas, are most likely to achieve more success, all right? Adaptability is vital for traders to navigate the ever-changing landscape and financial markets, manage risk, and continue growing as professionals. So be flexible, adapt, all right? Markets are changing. Like today, we had the numbers, big numbers early this morning. Really nothing happened. Did you adapt or did you freak, all right? Better to adapt. JD, you got anything to add for adaptability?
How does Patak put it, Michael? Make sure you have strong opinions, but hold them weakly. Strong opinions weakly held. Don't get married to a bias. That's the killer for any trader. Always be flexible and adaptable. That's what I got for you. Markets,
There you go.
markets are unstable. You know, you have to be able to roll with the punches. That's basically what we're trying to say.
Roll with the punches, exactly. And just a reminder, today, July 3rd, we're going to end at 12 p.m. Central. But slow markets at 8 p.m. still going to happen, folks. Okay, slow markets will happen. And tomorrow, July 4th, we will be off the air. Markets are closed. Enjoy the day. No slow markets. We'll be back Friday morning, July 5th. And just to end this, before we go to charts, boy, we are running late here. Please remember, be kind to one another in the chat. Right? Be kind. Be kind to our support agents. They're working very hard, and I know this is a fact. I talked to a lot of them just to check in on them. How you doing? You guys okay? They do this day and night, okay? We do have an excess of emails, questions, suggestions, issues, and so forth. They are taking care of it. Please be patient. So, with that said, let's get this party started, JD. What do you got on the charts for us? We're going to go to the charts.
Yeah, let's rip through them real quick. We're behind schedule here. All right, here's your daily of the September contract in the S&P. ES traded in a 67 handle range yesterday, exceeding the average daily range for the second time in 3 days. Settled at 55.68 in the orders, up 35 points. Total volume, 1.3 million contracts, little on the light side. And we gained another 8,800 in open interest. That's 5 consecutive days of open interest gains. It would appear that traders and investors are loading up. Hoag talked about this yesterday for quite a bit. He's pretty convinced that it's new longs entering the market. And based on yesterday's price action, I do not disagree with that. Okay, so we've got a nice period of consolidation right now. It goes back to mid-June. Here it is. I'm going to draw it in for you. Volume hasn't been all that impressive, and we can continue to just drift sideways. Remember, markets range more than they trend, but ranges don't last forever. A breakout is imminent. Is it going to happen today? I doubt it. It's an abbreviated trading session like we've been saying. Tomorrow's a holiday. Markets are closed. We do have a significant number of economic reports coming out later on this morning. Early ones didn't really move the market, but I got a feeling after those 9 o'clock numbers come out, it's going to be long weekends starting for a lot of traders after that. Right now, the 5-day average daily range is at 51 points. I personally think it will take quite a bit to exceed that today. We did get a little bit of follow through overnight. We're trading a little bit lower right now. We did take out the overnight high. We were trading above weekly kickoff high for much of the early session. But I think we're trading. I don't think we're trading just below that right now. And I think that weekly kickoff high is going to be our line in the sand for today. Here's a 30-minute chart. All right. So yesterday we had a nice little double distribution trend day higher. Our first area of balance here occurred right around the high of the initial balance, which also lined up nicely with Monday's highs back here. Then buyers to control created that second area of balance near the highs. Buyers were firmly in control yesterday. Now the slower balance area from Monday, I'm going to draw this into lower balance area and Monday's highs. A lot of business has taken place here over the last couple of days. If by chance prices end up rotating back down here, I would consider this a nice target level or nice area to scale into a nice cheap long trade. I would expect this to hold at least the first time down. So call it the 55.41 to 55.30 range right there. I think that'll be a solid area, a good target to the downside, possibly a good spot for a nice cheap long. Overnight inventory was pretty flat going into the 7:30 numbers. They're still flat right now. We are trading inside range, inside value from yesterday. So that tells us to sit on our hands, wait for better trade locations to appear. Again, that level to the downside was 55.40, call it 55.41, 55.30, and our weekly kickoff high 55.67. That could be our range for the day. Don't quote me on it yet. It's still early, but that's what I'm looking at so far this morning. All right, NASDAQ, burning right through these. Yesterday, the September contract traded in a 350-point range, exceeding the average daily range for the second time in 3 trading sessions. Also, settled at 20,509 a quarter, up 203 points on the day. Total volume, 621,000 contracts. We gained more than 16,000 in open interest. So comparing the ES to the NQ, NASDAQ was the stronger of the markets on Monday, but I think yesterday they were pretty equally balanced. Both markets looked strong all day. Both closed right on their highs and respective weekly kickoff highs. Again, we've been in a range going back to mid-June. Pretty similar here. Just kind of drifting sideways. We have our 5-day average daily range right now. It was like a tongue twister. 5-day average daily range right now is right around 278 points, same as the ES. I think it would take quite a heavy push to exceed that today. It's a short day. Markets close at noon. Again, tomorrow's a U.S. holiday. Market participation will likely drop after those 9 o'clock numbers, so keep an eye out for that. This is the type of scenario where the predator algos like to come out and just start picking people off. It could get pretty choppy out there, so stay on your toes. Be adaptable. All right, here's our 30-minute chart. Just like the ES, we had that double distribution trend day higher. First area of balance right around the initial balance high and Monday's high. Here's your area right there. Note this level. If prices rotate back down here today, just like I said with the ES, it could be a nice support zone. Good spot to take a nice cheap long. I'm looking at 21.25 to 20.40, let's call it. Our second area of balance up here formed right on the highs of the day. It was a good, strong rally yesterday. Buyers were firmly in control. All right, this morning, overnight inventory, pretty flat going into the early numbers, still pretty flat right now. we were just tiptoeing along our weekly kickoff high here at 22.30 and broke below it just a little while ago, right after those 7:30 numbers. We're trading inside range, inside value from yesterday. So again, sit tight, be patient, wait for better trade location. I have yesterday's value area high at 22.59 and volume point of control at 22.21, which is right in the middle of this congestion zone going back to from yesterday and Monday. So keep those levels on your radar. All right, moving over to crude. How we doing on time, Eddie? We're going to make it.
Okay, man.
All right.
Okay.
Here's the daily of the August crude oil contract. Oil traded in a $1.66 range yesterday, just barely exceeding that 1 year average daily range by a couple of cents. That's 4 days in a row exceeding the average daily range in crude oil. We settled at 82.81, down 57 cents on the day. Total volume was 367,000 contracts. A nice pop in volume. Lost 29,000 in open interest. Pardon me. So we broke out of this small little congestion range here, little congestion zone late last week. Ripped higher on Monday, breaking through our weekly kickoff high at 82.35. Broke down to form this nice reversal bar yesterday on heavy volume. Like I said, I wouldn't quite call this a shooting star candle pattern, but it's pretty close. Open interest will lead one to believe that we saw some profit taking, short covering yesterday, and we're getting some decent follow through this morning. We already took out yesterday's low in the overnight session, but we're kind of flat since the open. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So yesterday we opened with a gap higher, came back, filled that gap pretty quickly, and the initial balance high remained the high of the day. We then proceeded to trade back inside range and value from Monday, not quite completing that special situation trade that Deeyana and Hoag like to talk about. We would have needed to test Monday's value area low at 82.32 to complete that pattern, but we still closed and settled right near the lows of the day. Overnight inventory was short going into the open. It's since balanced out. We're trading in range, in value from yesterday. I have yesterday's value area low at 83.10. We did take a test of that and kind of bounced right off of it. But again, when you are trading in range, in value from the previous day, neither higher prices nor lower prices have yet to be accepted. So you are sort of range bound and you're looking for those better opportunities. Now, our 5-day average daily range is about $1.68 in crude oil. We've already filled a big chunk of that heading into the open. We do have inventory numbers coming out at 9:30 and 11 o'clock this morning, so keep that in mind. It is possible that we do exceed that average daily range if we break out to the downside, which we're doing. We're trading lower right now, 82.81, about to take out possibly going for the overnight lows right now. All right, we got 1 minute left. We're going to squeeze gold in here.
Squeeze.
All right, here is our daily of the August gold contract. In all, August traded in a $19 range yesterday, settled at $23.18, down almost $37 on the day. Total volume, lighter side, 150,000 traded, and we lost 7,200 in open interest. So here we have a nice big symmetrical triangle, and we're traveling closer and closer towards the apex of it right now. Dolby will call this the Dorito pattern, I believe. So we have ranges condensing, volatility and volume are dropping, and we're getting closer to this apex. So it looks like a breakout could be imminent. Again, today, not likely. Short day, holiday tomorrow. Not looking for a whole lot. We did rip higher overnight, trading along the highs right now. So overall, bigger picture, this market is definitely looking for some new information before it starts the next cycle. But here's our 30-minute chart. All right, so we've got 4 straight days of pure sideways price action here. That is a range trader's delight in my book. Then this morning we have a breakout to the upside. Overnight inventory was long going into the open. We opened with a gap higher, so gap rules apply today. If prices can't come back to fill this gap in a timely manner, then we look for trade opportunities in the direction of the gap. Overnight gap fill would be at yesterday's high at 23.4610. Also keep this in mind. Gold has respected its average daily range 7 of the last 10 days. 5-day average daily range is just over $25. I'm not saying we're going to respect that today, but a pattern is a pattern until it's not a pattern anymore. Our next step to the upside is our weekly kickoff high at 23.74. So keep that number in mind. With that, I see Andre in the green room right now. I didn't think he was back till Friday, but he is here today. Eddie,
Goodness,
let's get ready for the open.
All right. We're going to take a short break. And yes, we do see Andre in the green room, Deeyana and Nick Patak and Mike Patak. And oh, my goodness. We'll be right back. JD, meet you at the coffee machine. Don't All right, let's get our forefathers in the gates. We've got Andre back. Hello, Andre. Nice to have you back there, brother.
Thank you so much, Eddie. I appreciate that. Welcome, everybody. This is TopstepTV. You are watching Fast Markets right here, right now. Yes, I am back. Thank you for the warm welcome. In the upper right-hand corner, you got the man boss, Michael Patak. Lower right-hand corner, you got Nick for a tick. Lower left-hand corner, who so kindly wished me a happy birthday in the green room. Deeyana, how are we doing today? Let's go with MP. What's good, man?
I'm glad to be back with you. Drive it. Drive this house account to greatness.
We're open. We're open. All right, D, talk to us. What are we looking at here?
Well, yeah, crude oil might be
boy.
having a bit of a breather.
Okay.
Equities for me, they don't look that great today. At least not ES. Might be, some value in longs if we can get down somewhere to the value area at 55, 53. Yeah, other than that, it's all looking a little bit flat for now. So would like to give it a bit of time to develop, and then we might have something. But again, I'm not, I'm not keen on trading today for obvious reasons. So yeah, we need to be a bit careful not to put a hole in the house account for no reason.
Yes.
But yeah, if there is movement, obviously there will be opportunity as always.
Very sage advice there. Nick for a tick. Are you as pumped for America's birthday as I am?
I am very pumped. Actually, this is one of my favorite holidays, I would say. It goes back to, I mean, I know the goat of hot dog eating contest is no longer competing tomorrow, but
that's BS.
I grew up with a block on a cul-de-sac where this was a great holiday of fireworks, water balloon fights from the whole neighborhood. So it used to be a lot of fun. But as far as this week, I know on Monday I had talked about us potentially traversing the kind of 2-week value range we were in, and we did exactly that. I expected us to kind of do it, but between now and the 4th of July, and here we are kind of heading into the half session here, and we already have traversed it. So basically I was looking for 19,900-ish, 19,920 to rotate back to this kind of 220 to 250 area on the NASDAQ, and as well as kind of go from that 55.20 to 55.60 area on ES. So we pretty much traversed that same value range, and now we're kind of to the top of it. So you're looking here, low volume, half day. Do we kind of continue to reject off of this area and rotate back down a little bit lower? Or do we build to all-time highs? So it is kind of a decent area here.
Very good question. But right out of the open here, we are looking at S&Ps to catch a bit of a bid. Probably popped about 4 or 5 points, 4 or 5 handles out of the gate. Nothing to write home about. NASDAQ catching a bit of a bid too as well. Trading 20,256. I think before I went on my break, I was trading around 20,000. So up a little bit here. MP, how's the house account been going? I know you do have the keys to it. We're pulling some levels. What are your thoughts on the market? Catch me up to speed real quick.
$9,000 on Monday. We were down 7,500 yesterday. Brought it back to 1,800 up or down. Or down. So 7 probably on the week up. We need to find some moves if there are any. If there isn't, then we'll have a holiday, and then Friday we'll do it all over again.
Absolutely. All right, good start to July. I think June, we're down a couple bucks, maybe more than a couple, but we learned some lessons from June. May was up, June was down. Let's see what we do in July. Good start, though. Happy to hear it.
Hey, I didn't know we had an early close today. I thought the day before 4th of July was an all-dayer.
I didn't know that either. Honestly, I did not know that either. Yeah, this is a new one.
It would have changed the way I was thinking about trading this week, to be honest.
Yeah, I would have slept in today. I would have done. I would have called off today. Would not have been here. I just realized it right now.
Yeah, half day. So in and
Nothing
out.
burger.
Nothing burger. Light volume here. But do you like how
I have that drift on low volume? That can happen.
That's true.
But yeah, there's just a change every year. Some years they keep the whole day open as normal, and then 4th of July is closed. But this year it's an early close. So yeah.
But full day on Friday?
Yeah.
I think
back to normal.
Not that I would recommend it, Michael, but maybe the biggest day I saw someone have in our group at my firm was trading at Thanksgiving night.
Yep.
So they're out there.
Yeah.
I've actually heard that. I've heard similar, Jack. Someone killed it. Wait, Thanksgiving night? Yeah. Or like a holiday reopen. Might have been Thanksgiving, yes.
A holiday reopen. I've seen those. Yeah.
A holiday reopen, and it's just you in the market, and some like fat order came in. That was an anomaly. Shouldn't have been there. And they were called pickoffs, and they just got picked off. And they got
picked off. Yeah, pickoff season.
Pickoff season. All right. New highs here in the S&P trade 55.72 quarter. New highs. Are these all-time highs, Nick, for a tick in S&Ps?
No, not quite.
Not exactly.
Okay. All right. So we still have some room there. Dow doesn't.
55.88 is all-time high.
Okay. We do have one check mark for a long here in NASDAQ from 2241. I am looking at Topstep daily levels here. Make sure you have them up on your screen. Again, it is a holiday trade. Volume's going to be a bit light. I may not see so much volatility. I just see ADP came in a little bit better. So here we go. SSS looking to buy NQ 20, 230. Okay, so they do like the longs down there.
Guys, throw the link in the chat to the daily levels.
Topstep daily levels. Yes, I have them up all the time.
Here's your 38s, here's your 37s, here's your 40s.
Got one check.
We have one.
Got one. Nothing. Got nothing on the daily levels right here, right now. Nope. Only got one check mark. Trades off for now.
From who?
Jay, Coach Jay. Is that worth two check marks?
Come on.
Is that worth two
Coach
check marks?
Jay counts Coach Jay counts as a 1.5-er for sure.
1.5-er. Right. Only got 1.5. Looking at the Topstep daily levels. Nothing's coinciding with the Topstep daily levels for the time being. Maybe 221. 20,221 from Hoag. All right. Stay light and tight here. Stay light and tight.
We took a light 5 lot with Jay's number.
Okay, that's good for a check mark. Thanks, Dolby, for pinning that sucker. One check mark. +5 from 20,241 house account. Long 5. Our stop is he liked the target Michael. He liked the target at 280s.
What do you
280s.
What do you like to stop at?
He's simply around 20. 20 tick.
Yeah, he's that type of guy.
20 points, not ticks. 20.
Yeah.
We're along +5 from 241. +5 from 241. A little rusty this morning, Michael. Not gonna lie. You guys stay in the rhythm.
Well, you've been jamming out in New York. I'm sure the endorphins are off the hook in that city.
Incredible city, man. That place is the best. Place is alive. Makes you feel something. Chicago's tight. It's not New York here. All right, let's take a look at the NASDAQ here. I see a little bit of sellers. We're long 5 from 241. Nick for a tick.
238.
238 we got. Ooh, even better. Ooh, discount shopping today. I like that.
For the time being, we're right at it right now. I have his 20 handle stop in here.
Okay.
So we only have a 1 check mark on it, and it's just Jay. We'll bet on Jay all day long.
Just Jay? What do you mean just Jay? You said it was worth 1.5.
Well, just Jay as far as opinion, but we'll bet on Jay all day long.
I got you. Nick for a tick, what are you looking at here?
If you get more behind it, let me know.
I'm looking. I got nothing here in depth. Topstep data levels. Nothing. No confluence here.
Don't we have a number in like 10 minutes or something?
Yeah, coming up.
Shoot, I might as well go to Eddie. While we're at it, Eddie, what do we got for eco today? I told you I'm a little rusty at this. I'm trying to get back up to speed. Eddie, what do we got for eco numbers today?
What do we got for eco numbers? In about 6 minutes here, we do have a biggie. S&P Global Service PMI, they're looking at 55.1 prior, 55.8. Scrolling down about 21 minutes, we got factory orders. Also, we do have the non-manufacturing employment. Big one in 21 minutes is that ISM non-manufacturing PMI. They are looking at 52.6 versus the prior 53.8. And also manufacturing prices for June. In about less than an hour, crude oil inventory. So crude people, your numbers coming up here very soon. And as far as the big numbers here, that's going to be about it, except the 1 o'clock, where we're going to be gone here at 12 o'clock. Markets to close. FOMC meeting minutes. So that's going to be at 1 o'clock. But that's what I got, Andre. Back to you.
Thank you, Eddie. Wow, we do have a lot of numbers. They're just cramming everything into this holiday trade. Good to see. MP, how
they shut it off right at noon. They do all these numbers and then, hey, shut it off right
now. Yeah. I noticed that. It's like, hey, party's over. Everyone's hammered and they just kill the light. They flip the lights on at the bar. Closing time.
Halloween got his fireworks.
All right. How are we looking here on this last trade in the NASDAQ 250? House counts long from 238. Yeah, we got a number here in 5 minutes, Michael. Number in 5. We got a lot of big numbers here. All right, Nick for a tick. What are you looking for while MP manages that house account trade? What are you looking for? Any levels? Anything? I think you're looking for perhaps a little downside movement. If I heard what you said there in the open.
No, I don't expect even with the numbers, and I know we have the FOMC minutes when nothing's open, so it might be a weird, spicy Globex kind of open later. But not a ton I would really want to do today. I can't imagine us getting too far out of this range on a half day. heading into a holiday. So I'd be shocked, but I could see just us kind of pushing a little bit back down into the range, just because yesterday was kind of a bit of an outside move of a trend day. Same thing, low volume. So anything can happen, but I'd be looking for at least a little rotation, kind of retest, 20,200 again during RTH and just see what we do.
What was that?
5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining.
Oh, I thought that means time for mass to start. That reminds me of my younger days when church was about to start. The old bells rang, and you knew you were late if you were in the parking lot, and those bells were going.
The
off.
nuns have the rulers out, Andre.
Yes,
yeah.
Nick, the nuns had the rulers out.
Andre, when was the last time you went? Come on.
What do you mean, man? Come on. Why are you putting me on the spot right now? I'm a good Christian boy. My mother's watching.
I know your mom. Well, how many times your mom wants you to go, but I'm just wondering how many times you do go.
All right, moving on to the markets. Let's get back to these markets. I see oil is trading 82, almost $83. When I left, it was trading around 80. Are the bulls still in control? Can you see this going higher?
Maybe not today.
Okay.
Maybe not today, because yesterday we failed to hold above 83 into the moment. So today we're opening below value on RBOB and inside value, but trying to reject to the downside. And that's all happening around that 83 handle. So not sure. We might be in for a bit of a breather today. Depends on what the inventories do. Obviously, it's a bit of a nothing release. But, sometimes things can stack up, and that can be a catalyst for some movement in one direction. So, yeah, I'm going to stay patient. Again, not too crazy about trading today. And if I don't see anything super juicy and obvious, probably going to stay out, to be honest.
Smart.
Andre, I covered that one down there.
Smart. Wait, cover where, down where?
Yes, I know where we're at right now, but
covered what?
It's a synthetic Friday.
What price did you cover?
Well, we scratched that one.
Nope.
Yesterday we had, and I'm not okay. Yesterday we had one where if it didn't go, then we had multiple times where I was testing, and if it didn't go, and we got chopped up a bit before we actually caught the big trade.
That's fine. All good. Gold moving higher here. 23.65 last trade. High day 23.65.70 .
Yeah, gold seems to be on a mission.
Yes, gold is on a mission. Not doing a whole lot.
Pop the initial balance high now.
Okay.
Let's see if they sustain that. So far, it's been pretty relentless, this move up in gold.
It has. Man, I remember how hard it was to crack 2000s in gold. Once we finally did it, we've just been here. We haven't seen.
Yeah.
It's crazy. That was the ultimate resistance for so long. For so long, that was the resistance.
I was sitting long 1800s for 2 years.
Months. Yeah. Now it's
years. Yeah.
Years. And now we haven't seen.
And then right when I covered, go figure, called my buddy and goes, "Hey, cover me on those." Okay. This is a long-term play because Bitcoin was ripping through. It was becoming this is the new gold alternative.
Yep. JR says this Topstep hoodie is comfy AF. Thank you.
Oh yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are. I got mine on. It's very comfy.
All right, Andre mentioned this apparel. We've been in an apparel shop. One time, you remember, it was Black Friday right after Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
It was about 2 years into starting Topstep.
Yep.
Andre and I and the girlfriend, now wife at the time, bought every H&M out of all their leggings, joggers. Joggers. They had good joggers. They're like $3. They dropped them down. We went to every store, bought everything, and then took them all their embroidery. Took them all their embroidery service and had them put Topstep on them. Still have them. Super comfortable. So yes, we do care about apparel.
You got to show us your old school shirt you're wearing, Michael.
Gildan.
Yeah. After this number, we'll show them the vintage collection you're wearing right now. After this number, Michael. Eddie, jump in when you get this number. Make sure you're flat. Cancel there. Jamming a lot of numbers.
Go to the number, Andre.
What did you say? Hold on. Let Eddie do this. Get the number in here.
Right, coming in here right now, service PMI final 55.3. They were looking at 55.1. U.S. composite PMI final 54.8. And that's what we've got so far. Back to you, Andre, and our vintage catalog wearing.
Mr. MP wearing the old school Topstep Trader 3/4 length softball jersey.
Remember our softball team name was Get Funded?
No, go fund yourself. I thought it was.
Oh, go fund yourself.
That's what it was.
Go
Fund yourself.
Go fund yourself.
Yeah. Guys, we have fun. We don't take things. Only thing we take super serious is delivering on what we promise, and trading itself.
Yes. Oh yeah, I saw that Chewy headline. I saw Roaring Kitty's back at it. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
I think I can beat it. Yeah. I'm down $6,000 on that stupid ass. I'm doing this whole thing just for like shits and giggles and follow this kid around. Maybe something catches. Nothing. Yeah.
Yes. All right.
I'm holding Chewy long 30. I never would have touched that stock.
No. D?
He might have already sold into the rally there, Michael. That's how he seems to be making his money.
I think I would like to know where he got in, because then it gets printed, and I don't know how soon after you become the third largest shareholder, you then have to, or then it goes to the, when it becomes news. Yes, I know. Never follow anyone, but this is this is for entertainment purposes. I did it with AMC and with GameStop.
Man. Last trade in the Nasdaq, 260.
Shut up. I wasn't gonna hold. Look, we're going into the number. We're going into the number. It's a half day. I don't know. Did you want to get stuck with a big losing day? One check mark.
Yeah.
D, looking at gold, looking at crude here. Last trade 83.13. 83.14. Are you Arbob? Are you still dating Arbob, or have you gone just?
I am.
How's Arbob?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
very good.
Did a great trade yesterday. Nice. So grabbed about, I think it was about 150 ticks out of it, and
nice.
I mean it's pretty nice. It's very similar to crude oil, obviously. So I do use a correlation between the two to find my levels and to enter a little bit better. Time the entries a little bit better, and that's been working really well. So yeah, I'm going to continue dating our Bob. There could be marriage on the cards. We'll see.
Might need to get down on one knee here. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, exactly.
Nick, for a tick, when you get quiet on me, it looks like you're going hunting for a trade. Is that the case right now? What are you checking out over there?
Yeah, I'm trying to get organized here. My charts are a little screwed up, but nothing I'm seeing. We're kind of into the previous day high here on NQ and overnight high on ES.
Speaking of charts, Nick, can you share them one more time for me when you have a second?
Did you lose mine?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, TradeX Investing says dumb money got. Speaking of Roaring Kitty, dumb money got him into trading. Did anybody here get into trading because of a movie or show? I did. Mine was Trading Places. Yep. I watched it at the age of 16, and I was making $4 an hour at a feedlot. And those that don't know, it's thousands of cattle in one lot. And I was 16, and I'm like, whoa, what's that? I watched Trading Places then where they do they're in the pit. From then on, I wanted to be a pit trader. Wall Street, Wolf of Wall Street, The Big Short. Here we go, guys. Boiler Room. Boiler Room, I had the whole Ben Affleck conference room speech. That was freshman, sophomore year where I memorized that. I got into trading. I just was passionate about. It was so cool.
Ear to ears.
Yeah, I got in trading primarily because I was talking to a friend of mine. I always had a passing interest. I just never thought that was going to be my thing because I was a musician, and in school I wasn't particularly interested in math. So yeah, I didn't really think that was going to be anything that I could do. But then obviously I do have a pretty high intelligence, and one of my trader friends was like, well, you've got the whole self-discipline going as a musician and an athlete. Do you have a natural intelligence that I don't have? So have you tried being a trader? And I was like, what? Me? No, no. and he goes, well, it's not about math. It's about, patterns, and, you're a musician, so pattern matching, it should be, it should be pretty easy. So he showed me some candlesticks, and I was just hooked. They looked like music sheet. So I'm like, I need to know everything possibly.
Really interesting
about this thing. Yeah. Yeah, it was a new obsession.
Yep. There you go.
There we go.
Richard Harris, MP. I thought you had a vending machine at 16. Richard, you can watch a movie and also have something else to do. So yes, I was doing two things at the same time.
You and Richard Harris are always going at it. You guys are always.
Can't wait for him to get bored. Can't wait for him to get bored and put a trade on and then fade it, and then he does the same thing to me when I'm cold.
You guys are always
jabbing. You probably
jabbing.
made money yesterday, right, Richard? You better.
No, Richard's cool. Yeah,
He's cool. All right. You got the seal of approval, stamp of approval from D. So if you're cool with D, you're cool with us, Richard Harris. We see you all the time. Cool. Thanks for hanging out. Taking a look at Tilt. I haven't looked at Tilt in a while. 65% long crude, 66% long NASDAQ, the NQ. That's about all we got there. Gold continues to make newer highs. Last new high, 23.68 and 10 cents. Last trade, 23.67. All 23.67.
I do have a feeler gold long in a combine, so it's doing okay so far. We'll see whether it sustains the auction.
I'm not upset, guys.
Well, what would you be upset about, MP?
I know somebody says I look upset. I'm upset if I have day. I know that.
RBF. Maybe people are saying you have an RBF. I don't know, Michael.
What is an RBF?
You know how for women people are resting, like, oh, you've got a resting bitch face.
There it is. Thank you, D.
For males, there's no equivalent for men, is there? Like, how would you translate?
There's a punchable face.
There's a punchable face.
Yeah. I don't know.
But that's not the same as looking slightly grumpy and unapproachable. It's just having a punchable face. I think that's a bit different.
Jay Cutler, the ultimate punchable face.
That's true.
Don't care.
Ultimate punchable face.
Remember that?
Oh yeah, Bull and Bear. Remember Bull and Bear? That's where it happened.
Yeah, it was. But there's a bar in Chicago called Bull and Bear. Jay Cutler was peeing in the bathroom. He's the quarterback of the Bears at the time. Somebody in there goes, "You Jay Cutler?" Something like that. No, something.
Some fanboy comes up to him.
Pretty much fanboying him. And he just looks up while he's peeing and goes, "Don't care."
Cut him off mid sentence. Don't care, kid. Just all right. New pushing higher here in NASDAQ. Pushing higher here in NASDAQ. Change that.
Snuffle. You live right by there. Nice.
Bull and Bear.
Oh, Andre. We would have had the 77s, but hey, you know what?
Over it.
There's one check. There's one check box. The executioner made a good entry, but then executioner thought he was being a little jumpy on one checkbox and the number.
Might be some PTSD. I don't know what happened. I kind of look like Jay Cutler. Ahmed said, "Oh man, don't say that."
What?
Don't say that. No, I don't look like that.
No.
Cavallari, here you come, Andre.
Hey, there are pros. Yeah, that's a benefit. Anyways. All right, Nick, what are we looking for? Are you going no trades today, Nick? It seems like it's just be quiet.
It's going to be quiet. I might take a trade. Let's see. I'm kind of up in there. We got more news or more data, in a couple minutes here.
Thanks for the reminder. Thank you for the reminder. We're jamming. All right, so in the meantime, let's talk about this. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up on Twitter. Hit us up at X. Call it what you want. Tag us, use the hashtag Fast Markets. Send us your trading stations, your cool swag, trading certificates, all the good stuff you want to share with us. We'll scrape it and we'll show it to you guys here in a couple hours. But again, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep. Let's get it done here. Missed you guys. This is fun. This is just fun stuff. MP, I was in Times Square, man. I was thinking about
you were in Times Square.
I was in Times. Well, the person I was with had never been to Times Square, so I just show her Times Square. One and done. One and done.
Would you go to TGI Fridays?
It's still there. It's definitely still there. I was laughing. I'm like, it's still there, man.
Guy Fieri's.
Yes, Guy Fieri's. Yes, Applebee's. They're all there, man. They're all
Barrow,
there.
best New York pizza, Sbarro, hands down.
I'm store. Yeah. Oh yeah.
One bite.
All
Everybody knows that rule.
Oh my goodness.
We got remember 5 minutes here.
Olive Garden, but there is a Bubba Gump there, isn't there?
There, I didn't see it. But yes,
there is one on Navy Pier, Chicago. That's another Times Square type
tourist
experience.
Garbaggio.
Navy Piers in Chicago. It is it's worth going to see.
Yes, 5 minutes here. U.S. factory orders, top of the hour here.
Orders, that's a big one.
One bite. At Sbarro's, it says one bite. You don't need that rule.
Sbarro's. D, can I get a good pizza? Where can I get a good slice of pizza in London?
Oh God, I have no idea. I just go to Domino's, to be honest.
There you go.
Order in. That's it. There is an Italian place around my area called I think they're called Metro or something like that, and they're like a proper Italian place. So they have really nice pizzas. One of my half Italian, half English friends, he's always harping on about it. He's like, "Oh, we've got to go," and we did go. It was all right. Like I didn't think it was that spectacular, but what do I know?
Yeah, fair enough.
You could have the best pizza in London right at your doorstep if you delivered from Chicago.
Hey, maybe we should do it for her.
You can do that.
Yeah. We should.
Yeah, send out some losers.
Yes, lose. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm starting to see some liquidity. I'm seeing some liquidity upside here in the S&Ps between 55.77 to 55.76 half. I've seen about 1,000 contracts on the offer there to the upside. Again, 1,000 sitting between 55.76 half to 55.77. Got about 1,000 contracts sitting on the offer above. Currently trading 55.73.
Okay, what level do we have on our daily levels, Andre?
Daily level, get on my level, he says. All right. Daily level. We got a number coming out here. Let's see what happens after this number. We got this number at 9.
Where'd you get his 41s? I'm looking at Coach Jay's levels, and I don't see a 41 unless you talked to him.
That was direct. He has the bat line. The bat cave, yeah.
Oh, that was a real timer.
That was a real timer, yeah.
20, 230s, 255. Settlements.
Top stuff.
273 is last week's high. We're
right there.
Right here, right there.
Taking a look at the tilt going into this number we have in less than 2 minutes. S&P's 63% long. 63% long. Get together, Andre. It's a little rusty. Shake this rust off. Still got about 1,000 sitting above here. About 4 points to the above the S&Ps here. Again, 55.77 to 55.76 half. About 1,000 contracts sitting on the offer. That is just being shown. Could be iceberg behind it. My man Jay will let us know if there is indeed iceberg behind those orders they're showing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see what PMI does.
That's a good call. Thank you. Let's see what PMI does.
George, there's great barbecue in Kansas City. My wife's in Kansas City with the kids. I get the whole week to myself, hence golfing every day. Yeah. They're there. Great barbecue. I'm still a Gates fan. Sorry. You can call it a chain.
Gates too.
Yeah. I mean, famous Dave's, even if you want to knock it for a chain, is pretty great. I mean, if you can't nail the sauce, then it's a drive-by restaurant.
Top quiz today. No top quiz. Is there top quiz today? Yes.
There is top quiz today. That's where we're ending.
We are closing show with top quiz. Going out with fireworks. What's up, Jack, man? How you been?
30 seconds.
Been solid. I'll tell you after the number.
All right, great. I want to hear about this Roaring Kitty Chewy trade. You guys are all about this.
No, there's nothing about it. Except
losers. Wow, it got thin here in the S&P book. That 300 lot still sitting at the 55.77. That order is real, but everything else really got pulled. So here we go, Eddie. When you get that number, rock and roll. 8 seconds.
Eyes on the prize here. 5 seconds.
Really thin.
All right, ISM service PMI coming in at 48.8, much lower than expected. U.S. factory orders coming in at 0.5, negative 0.5%. They were looking at a positive 2. The service prices paid 56.3. The ISM service new orders 47.3. And there's a lot of numbers here. ISM service employment 46.1. U.S. core durable goods revised negative 0.1%. So the big one here was the ISM PMI 48.8, and our factory orders coming in negative 0.5%. They were looking at a positive 2%. So there you have it. Back to you, Andre.
Man,
touch new highs.
Touch new highs rejected harshly off of that. Eddie, man, they just jammed a lot of numbers here for the day before the holiday, man. You had to rattle them all off there. Good job there.
Well, the next beefcake is at 9:30. Crude oil inventories.
Stay on top of our games today. Yeah, touched new highs and sold off violently. Good no trade.
Yeah, that combine trade got to 720 profit on that pop.
Nice.
Because I kept it open. I completely forgot I had it open.
Okay, gold made new highs off of that.
Oh, we didn't touch not all-time highs, day highs.
Almost, right? I don't know what all-time high. I don't have all-time highs.
Another 10, 15, 10 handles. 10 handles.
Why not?
Why not? More, right? 15. Why not?
Yeah.
Into.
It slides faster than it glides.
Yes, it does. All right, there is some.
Deeyana nailed the glide. Yes. Hold on. Monday,
Deeyana.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Monday.
Glides faster than it glides. Guys sell off really fast. Markets rallies. Strength in markets are usually pretty nice, steady, and slow. Compared to that. Sell off. Deeyana and Nick, both, yeah. You guys put us up on the week on the house account, reading that really well on Monday.
Yeah, I mean, it actually did get to within 10% of the original target at, what was it, 53.40, I think it was.
Yeah.
And it got to like
and
50.
Rips and Dakota nailed it the next day. The house account just got in, and then it took a 20, 30 handle flush out because it kept trying to make new highs, They read it right. They're building a fraternity down there in Vegas. They already got the house and everything.
Were they running around together in Vegas?
Oh,
Rips and Matt Damon, yeah.
Yes, playing a little rounders in the city of Vegas.
Love it. Hey, Nick, for a tick, give me an update on NVIDIA. How's that been trading? Are we kind of quiet?
It's been pretty flat the last couple 2 days. Still hovering above 120, but nothing really has happened there. It's been a little weak the last 2 days.
Yeah, I see that.
But I don't know. It's just hard to put a ton of anything into this week, just given the low volume in the holiday. And
loving your vibe, Nick.
The the Q3 turnover here.
Yep. Someone is saying it was a failed auction in gold. No, it wasn't. For a failed auction, you need a 30-minute time frame to close back inside the initial balance. That never happened. We just went up, and then PMI just pushed it above the initial balance. So therefore, no failed auction. This is now a sustained auction with some single prints left behind. So very, very strong move. For now, I wouldn't go against the gold move until we're up at 23.77, which is where the average session range high is. Maybe there's a fade opportunity from that point on. Otherwise, I'd be looking for pullback entry into more longs, really.
Okay. Nice catch there, D. Nice clarification. Even better.
Thank you.
So for failed upside auction, D, you're going to need the confirmation that you said for the next 30-minute bar, correct?
Yeah, I mean, when we run this far out, like if I expand my charts, when the price runs far away from the initial balance, that is rarely a failed auction opportunity.
Okay.
Usually that means they started out with a very strong move, and the only way to fade it is if it goes even higher and then spends time there. So maybe builds a consolidation or something. So therefore you need some kind of a different orientation level to justify fading what's effectively a trending move at that point. So you need time to pass in order for us to go, okay, there's price agreement at this level, now let's try and fade it. So I don't really like going against single prints ever.
She says that gold continues to rally.
Mm-hmm.
High of the day, 23.73. Last trade, 23.71.50. So about $1.50 off the highs of the day. Sounds good, Jack. We'll squeeze that in before the 9:30 oil number. A lot of numbers this morning, but not a whole lot of volatility, all things considered.
Yeah, a bit muted.
Indeed.
Spiky, but muted.
Spiky indeed. Spiky indeed. Especially off that number. That was wild. We are seeing some, again, that upside liquidity did show back up in the S&P a little bit. There's probably about 500 sitting on the offers between 78 3/4 and 78 half. There's about 600 sitting there on the offer to the upside. As you know, the S&Ps like to gravitate towards liquidity. So business can be conducted at that price. Now we're just chilling.
We also have some orders at 55.80 that have been there for a while.
Nice catch.
Some of the others are more dynamic, but that one's been there forever.
Nice catch. Yes, I see that.
Mm.
And the ones beneath are just getting pulled.
Yeah, they keep
JD
switching between them.
JD said an opening call. The predatory, the algos. He is right. Algo trades are a pain.
That meme from about John the Predator. Hoagland the Predator.
Yes.
John Hoagland is the least predator guy on the planet.
It's because he said it. He said, "Oh, when I was in the pit, we were those predatory algos."
Huh?
So that's why they created a meme.
Yeah, you try to trigger stops. I mean, it was
that's what he was talking about.
Yeah. You down tick. Yeah.
Yeah, if there'd never been a print for the entire day at the price of 45 and it was trading at 46, you'd be like, Andre, I'll sell you one at 45. You'd be like, I'll buy one at 45.
Hopefully you trigger some
and
stops.
Then you'd go.
I mean, we can see those happen. Those kind of plays happening on the screen as well. Like we had one in crude oil yesterday. We stayed above 83 for the whole day, and then they smacked it through in the last couple of minutes. And then sort of came right back to it, and then that's where it settled, and that was it. So, yeah, you can see those predatory algos working even now.
Deeyana, you've worked with Hoagland for many, many years, I think by now.
Yeah.
I offered him a Topstep backed book deal and a nice congratulations for completing a book bonus. And I followed up on it last night with him. What type of book, and you guys in the chat should do this, what type of book would you like to, read about that Hoagland could put out? If you work with John Hoagland.
Well, I would like two books. One about his time in the pit.
What the hell, Deeyana? I can't.
I'm only going
from 1 to 2 real quick.
Oh, yeah. So
I want to write one about all the parties I went to.
Yeah.
Deeyana, would you mix it in with like the life he has seen of?
Yes, of course.
Of
like
success and failure, and then the stories around both.
Yeah, everything. Yeah. So I interviewed John on my channel because I wanted to know more about John the man rather than Hoagland the mentor. And we don't get too many opportunities to see that side of him. But I love when he talks about his dad, when he talks about his time in the pit, when he talks about some of the craziness, and I'd buy that book, man, definitely.
I think I think if you mixed it in, so it's not just all like a typical price or auction theory type market profile, but you blend it, you weave it in with, and then I saw traders that would do it, and this is how they would do it, and then I saw ones that would do this, and then I saw them later at the party, and this is what they did at the party. You know, like you're like, what? So,
MP, no picture book. I figure you might want a picture book for.
You have enough of those. I thought you bought out Barnes and Noble. That's why.
So here's a question for you, Michael. When you worked in the pit, was there like a lot of shenanigans then, like bathrooms and all of that? Because even when I worked for prop firms, there was a fair bit of that going on.
Mm-hmm.
Was it still like really crazy?
Yeah, I mean, I was standing on the bottom step, then the middle step. So you'd look up to the bigger brokers that are on the top step, and you would get a line of sight, which was kind of the upper angle of their nose. And yes, there was one guy who blew out. He blew out, and he probably blew something right before it, but he blew out of his account. He's trading really bad. We knew it for weeks. He was a broker.
Yeah.
He's trading really bad. He's a big dude. Yeah. Really big dude. He comes back from like the bathroom where he had like a office on the 14th floor, whatever, like a donut ring around his nose, like bad, like the most obvious you could possibly.
Like Tyson.
Like Mike. I don't know about that. I don't even know. I don't know that story, but I can assume.
Go on. Sorry.
Comes in there, and I think he he got long or short, and he got a lot. Just like took it on 100, and we're like, whoa, it's quiet. It's like right now, it's quiet. We kind of like look at him, and he holds his trading cards. He's holding his trading cards in his pen, and he's going like this. It's kind of like the same story I said yesterday, but he didn't fall, and he starts singing "Burning Ring of Fire," down in the burning ring of fire. Oh, no. While the position's going against him, gets so bad against him, you could see when they puke the trade, they're like, 80 bid at 100. And then everybody's like, such a great trade for everybody. Everyone's like, sold. Oh, no. And then he just, last we saw of him.
I just took a short in a combine and just covered.
All right. What price?
Hey, Nick.
A short 274 and just covered at 60.
Bad.
5 lot. So I plus 1,600 and 5 combines.
Nice.
I'm switching to combines. I'm not trading well, so for me, I'm done. I'm done trading my live right now.
Okay. You have not been trading well lately, you said?
Not in my live account.
That's good. Nice. Good on you for switching gears and kicking over to.
It has been a tough trade.
Yeah, and on that, this is after we finish on fast markets here. I'm probably stepping away from the markets until Monday. I think I need a little burnt out break, if that makes any sense. I don't think I've given myself much time away from screens the last few weeks, and I'm feeling it. Like I think I'm naturally more tired, I would say, the last 2 weeks than I feel like I've been. So for me, I think that's a wake up call of take a step back. It's summer. Enjoy it a little bit and, come back. The markets are always going to be there. So for me, I'm going to take the holiday and, use that as a blessing just to completely, shut down Discord, shut down MotiveWave, shut down TradingView, turn off notifications on my phone for those things and just come back Sunday night for prep, completely fresh.
Good on you. Do it, man. Yeah. You come back recharged.
Yeah, that's needed sometimes. Sometimes we get so ingrained into reading the markets and then, you start losing the plot at some point, especially when things are maybe not working out like you would like it to. And that's when a reset is a great idea. In fact, some of my best trading was always done when I'm like somewhere on vacation because you're doing stuff, you're going out, you're not always staring at the charts. And then when you are, usually it's the time of day when the higher probability trades come in. You do one trade and then you do other things again. And that prevents stupid things. A lot of the times when we're sitting here and nothing's happening, we get bored, like Richard Harris, you do a trade out of boredom, nothing else. It's like, just to feel alive, I'll put one on. But yeah, that's not really the best thing to do.
Well, if you think about it, we're 6 months into the year. So we've been trading for, half the year.
Yeah.
All right. Well, keep an eye on gold. Eddie, thank you. High of the day, 23.73. We're about 30 cents beneath that. Currently trading 23.72 and 60 cents.
Yeah, I would recommend anybody right now, if you're resetting, don't start trading until Monday. And because somebody said in here they're resetting, just reset if you want to reset, but don't trade until Monday. Reset your whole mindset. Get that. Press the reset button on yourself. Ooh.
All right. Keep an eye on NASDAQ. Go ahead, Nick.
I was gonna say, if you feel like you need a reset, I was long 19,920 yesterday in the pre-market, and I hit a daily loss on them yesterday. So if you need a reset or a mindset of, hey, what's a good sign you need to reset, right there.
Dude, it's
yesterday was the let's see. What? Oh yeah, that's where the market
basically bounced off 19,920 and didn't even come close to looking back about 5 minutes after I took profit for 15
Was
points.
that big sell-off? That was that big sell-off, right?
That was the sell-off in the pre-market, which, I mean, that was same thing. The bottom of the range I was talking about on Monday is that 920 area. So I was looking for a long off there, and it just kept going. I just put a quick take profit in, was done, and was going to go work out, and it just continued to rip. So it's one of those things. I'm not holding my winners long, and I am holding on to losers too long, and I'm just not executing in the way that I'm that I'm used to. So it's time to take a step back for
Man, I've
a few days.
I've been there. We've all been there, man. We've all been there.
Those are tough
brutal.
trades. Those are tough
brutal,
trades.
man. Having a winning trade that you stopped out just to see it.
And then it rallies. I'm looking at the chart right now. Yeah. And
if you look at yesterday's chart, it's just like that's how you drive yourself crazy, and then you come back, after that, and you force action, and bad things tend to happen when you're doing that. So, so the summer doldrums are I think are just getting to me, where it's like I'm not necessarily reading the market wrong. I am just not executing well in the low volume mindset of the way we're moving.
Well, man, I mean, good on you, man. Thanks for still coming on here, being vulnerable, and exposing yourself like that. Like, it's crazy to think about that. Not only are we trading like that, you've got to deal with that, and then you come on here, the entire world to see. Dude, that's mad respect. But we've all been there, man. I remember Michael. I remember January. January was hell for us. We traded like complete garbage in January in front of everybody.
January was great for me, but then February and March and April.
There you go.
Horrible. Horrible. Even when I was having a good day, I kind of felt like I kept mistiming things. So even when I would like make a grad, I'm like, that wasn't like, what am I doing? Like, what's happening? So yeah, there's definitely those moments, but I think in the last sort of month and a half or so, I feel like my timing, my decisions, I'm kind of more back to my old self in a way. So yeah, I've been tracking what I'm doing. I've been journaling. I've been very careful with the timing of the trades and waiting for quite a long time in the day before I actually put myself into the market, and it's been working pretty well. I've actually tightened my daily loss limit a lot. So I'm just gonna keep jabbing, and it's been very challenging in crude oil because we had this massive reduction in liquidity in like February second week. And I sort of got a bit complacent with COVID last 3 years. You had 400 ticks in a day, so you don't have to be that careful. Whichever level that I was choosing, it would go 70 ticks in profit in like the space of 15 minutes or something. And I got used to that. So I stopped doing a lot of the timing things that I used to do. And I definitely wasn't as careful with entries. So once I went back to review some of my live streams from the previous period, I'm like, this is not the same price action. Like I need to be a little more careful how I'm approaching the entries now, because liquidity is just not there. So I've got to play the already established range rather than expecting more and more out of the market. And since I've done that, it's been a lot easier on my psyche, and B, just, results. So a lot better than just, whacking in a 35 tick stop loss and waiting it out. That just doesn't work in low liquidity environments.
No.
All right. Appreciate that. We'll keep an eye on these markets right now. NASDAQ about 15 points off the highs of the day. I want to throw it to Jack. Let's get some news going here. Jack, I missed you, Jack. What's going on?
I missed you too, Andre. It was tough being in different time zones. Just want to throw. We were talking about
You're an hour apart.
An hour apart, Miles. I'll get to this. I wanted to talk. You guys were mentioning Domino's. I think I talked about this in the show before, but for all the poo-pooing of Domino's, if you had bought Domino's stock at its close in November 2008 or at the beginning of December, it is up 16,500% until today. Yeah, it's one of the best performing stocks that you'd heard of. So, NVIDIA is fun. Domino's was where it's at. For the record, that's like 40 or 50% growth per year over, 15, 16 years. So,
Jack, so you're telling me you can come on there, tell everybody your product tastes like shit and actually cardboard. I think they said cardboard. And then turn it around.
I don't know whether Domino's in the UK might be different than the one in the US, because over here they're actually really quite tasty. And
I would.
they're
good now.
We allow like ingredients that are so processed and like full of sugar and colors and chemicals here that most countries are illegal in food distribution. So God knows everywhere else some of our fast food tastes better.
I would change some profit margins at old Kellogg's.
We got some other news. But yeah, you could once again you could have bought Domino's for $2 to $3 a share, and it's trading 500 right now. Anyway, here's some news from today. JD mentioned earlier in it, we had the Challenger jobs layoff announcements or whatever. Construction layoffs are the highest. Announcements are highest since 2007. This goes along with the next one I have here, that housing affordability in the U.S. sinks to its lowest point since 2007. So when we talk about interest rates not having an effect on stocks, where they do have a huge effect is here. And that's like a real inefficient market, because in any other product, right, if there was huge demand and prices were too high, you would just build more. But interest rates makes it tough to borrow, so no one's doing it. Also, in possible, this is great. This is from yesterday. JP Morgan's chief strategist reiterates bearish outlook by saying the S&P 500 will fall by 23% by year end. You ready for this?
What?
The next story is from today. JP Morgan's chief strategist leaving bank. That's right. The last bear has been slain for now.
They got all their bears out. They're like, yeah. Oh man! I would not even have passed.
Go to zero.
I wonder what that golden parachute.
I would have not have passed
the
phone screening. There at JP if I was going there.
His name sounds like he's somewhere from former Yugoslavia.
Yeah,
Marko Kulanovic.
He looks like a guy who's been short for a while.
Like wearing it, man.
Can we bring that picture back up real quick, Gabe? I just want to see it one more time.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's going down. I'm telling you, it's going to go down.
Listen, Jamie.
Right. Well,
Jamie Dimon, listen. I promise you it's going lower. Listen, Jamie. James, like, get the hell out of here.
Yes. I studied my charts. I have. Yeah.
I'm short again in a combine off 287 and 3/4. I'm looking for 57 and 3/4.
Why 57
and 3/4?
Because that would be my max profit in this combine.
Okay. You sound like a boxer's been in the ring for 13 rounds.
I mean, I feel that way, but here we go. Here's a good example. Like I'm loose because it's a combine, and I know it's a good entry, and I'm just kind of letting it play out, and the trade's well in profit. Like I'm not doing this right now for some reason, and my accounts that matter, which is frustrating, I guess. When I'm trading looser, it tends to the market just tends to feel like it's easy. So I don't know what it is. There's something going on with me, but it's something I'll figure out.
I like that.
What's the longest amount of time you've taken away from the markets, Nick? What's the longest amount? If this upcoming week will this be Like the last
This will
year
be the
or this
longest.
year.
Yeah, me taking like 5 days, honestly, is probably the longest. Because yeah, I've been in a, like I said, I've been in a weird cycle since I got laid off, and this has been it. And I've been in interview cycles. I never took a vacation. Yep. We got married was probably my longest, but even then that was probably about the same, like 5 days maybe. Of just a long weekend completely away. So this will be, about that. I got a baby moon coming up. We're still figuring out where we're going, but some good things on the horizon for me as we kind of are in the dog days of summer here. Gonna get away for a little thing, but
good.
For the most part, I think that is something we forget. And let's see if I tag 57. And that's halfway to passing 5 combines and 30 minutes here of me relaxed trading. So if you want to say it's not a mental game in this sport, it is.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
It is.
It is.
Well, at least you can move those into XFA and whatnot. But
5
that
minutes
keeps
remaining.
the positive.
Yeah, I mean, it shows that I know what I'm doing. I just can't execute right now, and when it matters in a stupid way. But that was a pretty easy short, a little excess push off the overnight high. We're kind of falling back into the opening range, the 30-minute opening range, and also balance, whatever you want to call it. And it would make sense that we're going to kind of revert back towards that 240, 230 area. So solid short. I just think sometimes you need to be patient, and I wasn't doing that recently.
All right. Like Eddie just said, we got 4 minutes till the number. So real quick, let's go to JD. JD, if you're ready, if you're there, let's get some stats in. We're a little bit behind schedule, but no biggie. Markets have been moving. Nick's making some trades. So JD, let's go to you with. Yeah, let's do it. Good to see you, JD. I saw
you too, man. Welcome back.
You looked up the definition of Caesar salad. I saw.
Yeah, it was the Carl Hungus meme. I ended up doing a little research on it.
Oof.
Do not, whatever you do, look up Urban Dictionary for the definition of Caesar salad.
JD, everybody's going to look it up now, man. Come on.
Here they go. Here they go. Anyway, all right, JD, what do we got for stats? We got 3 minutes.
Here are our hot streaks from yesterday. So, Michael H is back. He made about $207 yesterday to extend his streak to 27 days. Then we have Dustin, Blair, and James, all with nice hot streaks. The story for the day, though, is Riyadh. Riyadh's hot streak caught the eye of our risk team yesterday, and they've now been called up to the live funded account. So big shout out to Riyadh, our newest Pro Ball player, jumping into the live markets after a 21-day heater. How about that?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. All right, Raphael there. Raphael made a single trade yesterday. He scaled in, scaled out, held it for over 6 hours, and just caught a big chunk of that S&P rip higher yesterday. Nice trade, Raphael. Raphael is also number 3 on our leaderboard. We're going to see him again in just a little bit. Then we have David, Robert, Justin, and Pinson. Justin is also on the Justin K there. He's also on our XFA P&L list. We'll see that in a little while. He had an impressive day also. And this is Pinson's second day on the live P&L list. Pinson is up close to $15,000 so far this week. Great trading from our live funded traders. All right, guys, I'll be back in a little bit with that leaderboard.
Big numbers. Thanks, JD. 28 grand. One trade, 6 hours. That's good stuff right there.
That's great whole time.
Right, about a minute here on the crude number, and they're looking at only 55,000. Prior was 3,591,000. This is going to be short here, so this might really skew the market. So heads up.
Oh, yeah. That might call for a reprice. Yeah.
It's your favorite number.
Yes.
I saw that. His favorite number coming up here in about 45 seconds.
But this sort of a difference might actually push it one way. So we'll see.
These numbers are super short. All right. Crude currently trading $83.16. Currently trading $83.16.
Yeah, Nasdaq's trading 2260, and You said gold's trading where at?
I got no oil. Well, we got the oil numbers coming out here in about 30 seconds, real quick.
Yeah.
$83.18 last trade. $83.16 last trade in crude. Bulls have been in control in gold. Go, Eddie. Go ahead.
Booyah. Oh my goodness. Coming in at 12,157,000. Watch this crude here right now. 12,157,000. Big difference from what they expected. Distillates coming in at negative 1,535,000. So heads up on that. Gasoline inventories, Deeyana, negative 2.214, 2,214,000. But the big kicker, negative 12,157,000. That is a big difference. What do you take on that, Deeyana?
Yeah, what's your take? That's a huge miss.
It depends on the focus of the market. Sometimes bad news are perceived as good news, and good news are perceived as bad news. So it really depends what the price does. I never really put too much stock in this race because it mostly just whips the price back and forth and then does absolutely nothing. But a big price difference, I mean, that might cause a bit of a repricing movement. So
We did make some new
having
highs
said that,
here.
we do have an inside day today. We would need to see this hold above the initial balance for the push in the direction of the release. So it needs to hold above 83.26. So again, that 83 number seems to be a decisive point.
That is a major, major miss. We popped about 30 cents off of that number, but I think it would be more. 12. They're off like 12 million barrels.
Yeah,
how
like, what do you look at? Like, I don't understand how you can be that wrong,
12 million, oh my goodness.
Interns.
Oh, and the hurricane.
Yeah. I'm thinking if this was just a regular, not a half a day, we would have seen a lot more, because I think a lot of people are taking this day off all the way until coming back on Monday. So I
think you're right, Eddie.
Yep,
good call. I haven't looked at the oil ladder, but I assume it's thin. But yeah, watch the continuation happen on Friday.
Oil ladder is always thin.
Yeah, it's always thin. But I mean, maybe Eddie's on to something. Participation. It's going to be low participation, holiday trade. See you Monday, but that is a big, big miss.
See, sometimes these releases don't really do anything until the following day, but because the following day is not open, we might see some crazy moves come Friday.
Yep. Could be a trade. Could be a wild trade because we got a half day today. Nothing trading tomorrow. Low volume today, so it might be jam packed. And don't we have non-farm as well on Friday?
We do. I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
That could see. We'll see some fireworks then. All right, cool. All right, so they're gonna try to jam everything into this. Is a hell of a Nick, for a tick, if you're gonna take some time, it's probably the week to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
What do you do in Texas down there for 4th of July?
You do a redneck pool.
What's that?
What
is that?
A redneck pool would be, a cheap blow-up pool on Amazon. You fill it with water, you bring the dogs out, and you put some, soccer chairs into not a large inflatable pool in my backyard, and you kind of just sit in it because it's 100 plus degrees.
Basically,
and we don't have an in-ground pool here in my backyard. So redneck.
You don't use a pickup truck, right?
Redneck Riviera. No pickup truck. That's a little too redneck.
Line the bed with like plastic and fill it up with water.
Standards.
Hold on, so the dogs are getting in. The dogs are getting in there with you. You're getting in there.
Yeah, and the pregnant wife will probably be in there more than any of us. But I'll take a photo and share it later.
Just go inside.
Please do.
Fill the bathtub. It's the same thing.
You have to, man. A redneck pool. D. When you hear these stories about America, don't you just wish you were living here?
Do you know what? I do come from Serbia, so we have our own rednecks, so nothing surprises me.
We all have our own version.
Yeah.
Redneck pool.
So is that like?
Did he freeze up?
Oh no!
Did he freeze
out?
What did you say?
I thought that was me. Nick.
Oh, I froze up.
There you are. Yeah. What were you saying?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, so is that like what the Cicero guys in Chicago would be? You know, that's like the the redneck types of old Chicago.
They wouldn't be the redneck types.
Who would be?
I
don't know Chicago neighborhoods that well.
Cicero, that's where Al Capone reigned. So yeah,
Italians,
yeah,
Italians, Goombas.
Yeah.
Just drive about an hour southwest.
Yeah.
Just look for a trailer park.
Not even. You got to go further because Nebraska's never known for rednecks. We're farmers. Everything south of the Mason-Dixon line was what we considered the redneck community.
Uh-huh.
This is all just joking. Everybody's great people.
Farmers.
And they're all awesome.
We're all
kidding. Yeah. There's bad people. There's good people, but there's also fun little stereotypes. Farmers of Nebraska, hillbillies of Nebraska. I'm okay with it. Jeez.
Great cannolis.
There is one trailer park in Chicago, so we got some.
You know, those are incredible, along with mini
O'Hare.
storages, investment opportunities.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, investments. Yeah.
Over
Mini
here,
storage.
usually we have old people living in caravans, which is an equivalent of a trailer park.
There you go.
Which is equivalent to that. Anytime they tape up the bottom of their camper, it becomes a mobile home. You know, like, once they put the insulation on the bottom, you're like, you're not moving that vehicle or that trailer forever. And that is a mobile home park. Which Andre and I have done this before when we RV. No disrespect to Illinois or anything that's not in the Rockies. But when you go to anything that's not in the Rockies, which would be the Plains, Illinois, and anything like campsites, they're really a blend between a mobile home community and people that are driving through and actually on an RV camping vacation. But then when you go to the Rockies, it is true campers.
Yeah, the lines are blurred in the Midwest as to if you're in a trailer park or an RV park.
Yeah. Different characters in line for the shower in the morning at the Indiana KOA.
Oh, that's the good old days.
All of that reminds me of my touring days because you effectively live on a tour bus and it's disgusting.
Same thing.
It's horrible. My worst nightmare ever.
It's not as glamorous as it's all cracked out to be, is it, D?
You sleep in a coffin.
Oh, yours. I loved it. I mean, you're going inside and staying out late. This is what we did. Andre and I did like 3 seasons with our buddies and my wife. And last season was with the last season we did was with my kid. It was like 2. And then you just find the people. I mean, you're going to bed early. You weren't. And then you're on the road early, probably.
Sign up. Yeah, you're up in the sign up.
You say that, but some of the gigs that I did, we were done pretty much by about 11 midnight.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I did some clubbing gigs as well, which was a totally different thing. But the ones where we were going on tours and stuff, those would be done pretty early. So and it's not exactly like the movies make it out. Like there's not a lot of partying. It's a very high level job where you're a session musician for other people. And you just can't be that irresponsible, otherwise nobody will hire you. So we would all behave ourselves. I mean, most of them didn't even drink. The problem is that you share the little bathroom on the bus with like 7 other people, and you can't sleep because it's always noisy. And like I said, you sleep in a coffin because it's tiny little beds. You can't even turn around properly, and I'm pretty small, so you'd think I would fit anywhere. But
oh god, that'd be horrible.
I don't know what I would be. Yeah, I don't know what I would do if I was actually a tall person. I don't know how they sleep.
Oh.
Yeah, it was interesting. But I loved doing music, and I did love traveling when I was younger. It just became very difficult once I got to a certain age.
I saw some footage of how the Rolling Stones get from gig to gig, and they're traveling in like Maybachs and staying in the peninsula and private jets. And when you think about touring, you think that's what it is, but no,
kind of different. Yeah.
Yes.
No, that's the actual stars and the ones that are frontmen and stuff. Session musicians don't have it that great. I mean, we're generally looked after, but not to that level. Like we always travel away from the main artist, and they just stick you in one bus, and it's like, there you go.
Huh. Well, Marcus,
Kelso, I do not do the Epic Pass. I do the Icon Pass. The Epic Pass is oversold. And if you are on Instagram, you have seen the lines at all the Epic Pass resorts.
So if you look at crude oil now, this is why I don't trade the inventories, because we've had a massive difference. And it just retraced exactly where we were.
Yep. How about that? Minus 12 million. Minus 12 million drawdown, and we're lower.
We don't
it was
care.
18. That's why I said 80. I said $83.16. I wanted to make note of it going into the number. $83.16 was last print before that number. Huge miss. And we are now lower on the day. So, D, get why this number is storming the teacup. If you want to call it that, you can call it a
Somebody said earlier that my teacup is quite small. It's not a teacup; it's an espresso cup.
Let's see. What are you drinking out of there?
I don't know. I still don't get that. Like
espresso coffee.
The Americans, I like to have a cup, and I like it to be large, and I like it to be hot. I don't want to just have a little thing I sip on. I want to walk around the day. I want to go for a walk with a.
Yes, I don't. I like to have a concentrated amount of caffeine in smallest amount of liquid. So take a shot and you're done. Yeah.
I take it like a 19-year-old in a dorm room. I'd rather just take the shot of espresso and move forward.
Yeah. Same. Yeah.
And Pete likes his big gulp.
The big handle. You watch Saturday Night Live. Saturday Night Live, they make fun of the big stupid floppy hats. We call them Aspen hats here. Everybody buys hats. But then they also make fun of those Stanley cups, the big stupid cup. They have a skit for like the very trendy things product wise that are out there. You should watch it sometime.
Yeah.
But it makes fun of those big.
What's up, Jack?
Big cups.
I found a photo of the Chicago trailer park. It looks very nice, actually.
Jack's been on this hunt.
Yes.
Since we started talking about it.
It's down.
You jump in that pond, Jack?
What water is that?
Wolf Lake? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things in there. A lot of people, but they're mostly dead. It's right between Harborside and Lost Marsh. Andre, you could do some golfing.
Oh, okay.
All right, from here.
It could just be because it's not frozen. You found a picture where it wasn't like covered in probably snow and ice, so it does look very nice.
It does look nice. Okay, no, I got an idea.
Selective camera angle. If you turn this camera to the right, there is it's right on the Indiana border, so there's a lot of heavy industry there to the right.
Yeah.
That's we've experienced something like that.
Yes.
Remember Campland, San Diego?
Yeah, that place ruled. I love that place.
Ruled.
But
you see how close those houses are, or mobile homes or whatever are. They're imagine no grass between them, was Campland all lined up just like that, and then there was a big common area where they had like parties and a bar and a live band doing headliner stories or music covers. Or whatever. Yeah, covers. But you could hear anybody having a conversation anywhere.
Oh yeah.
Not to interrupt, it looks like NQ might be breaking out to the upside here.
Thank you, Nick. Get us back on track here. Too much grab ass going around here.
Well, we haven't been moving for 20 minutes, so we haven't. Well-deserved grab assing.
Well-deserved.
Just coming over the wire here. Maybe this did it. Biden's told an ally he is weighing in whether to continue in the race. This is coming from the New York Times.
That's
pretty big.
Wow.
Smart of the old man. Yes, he is old.
Your impression. Your impression he did for me, Michael.
I doubt that.
All right,
I can do impressions for both. They both have funny things around them.
Your impression. All right, we're pushing here. Thank you, Nick. Thank you for that update, Eddie. Are pushing new highs here.
They're
new
both
high
too old.
20,309 high of the day in the NASDAQ.
I wasn't paying attention I was doing some things yesterday. Why was Tesla up like 5%, 6% yesterday, and now it's up another 7, 8% today? Can someone explain? I honestly do not know.
I don't know either.
Because
Quarterly
Kathy Wood
reports
sold
came in
some.
good.
That would be the most bullish sign if Kathy rally 15%.
She did a little.
There you go. So that's more of a bullish thesis than anything I've seen, is if she finally capitulated on a long position.
Talk about fade master, man.
I mean, I don't know what her NVIDIA position would be worth now, but I think she had a better cost average than Nancy did.
Nancy gets thrown under the bus. Nancy gets thrown under the bus so much, but her husband's in the hedge fund world, isn't he? I mean, come on, you got to get her.
Her constituents are Silicon Valley, so she obviously gets the tap.
Well,
everything.
Yeah. But isn't her
So
husband
apparently
also
she bought shares. She did something today. So the rally's going to continue. Let's be honest
trader
here.
ever.
So are you saying I should get off the Roaring Kitty, quit following Roaring Kitty, and just follow Pelosi?
No, if Nancy's still well along the semis, I mean, this economic cycle, or 20, even the JPM guy that's calling for a 20% down move still this year. I mean, I would say throw that thesis out. If Nancy's still long, we're going to rally well into the election, at least it seems.
Well, we're rallying right now. We're on our highs. 20,000, 300 and almost 10.
What are all-time highs? We said 88s, D? We're all-time highs in net. We are
Yeah,
rallying.
88s, yeah.
Yeah, it's NQ. It's like, almost 400.
Almost 400. Well, let's see if we can do it today.
I'll get the air horn ready.
Yes, thank you. On the day before America's birthday, can we make new all-time highs? All-time high, 371.
And surely somebody's got confetti as well.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you got make sure you keep the air in the air horn. You got to need that for your redneck swim pool party or whatever.
You are correct. But someone in the chat has let me know as well that Tesla's rallying on, looks like, forecast numbers for car deliveries. Allegedly, that was the reason, not Kathy Wood. We'll have to debate on that.
Well, really quickly, can we give credit where credit's due? Coach Jay, those 41s.
Yeah.
Holy bananas.
Jay is awesome.
Intern
that was a hell of a...
Michael got 38s.
Yeah, even my... I guess even my cover on that combine was near the bottom two off VWAP. Which I know that was my max profit I could make, but it also did coincide right with the 24-hour VWAP, so it kind of worked.
Yeah.
Hey Nick, can I ask you something? Seems like a lot of your trades, you're always looking to take the short. You're always trying to get in short.
Yeah, this is something I ran.
Are you married to a bias?
Stats on.
What's that?
I ran stats on it directly correlates to why I think my performance has been poor the last month or so.
We've been running the stats in the background.
Okay, cool. Good. All right, at least you're aware.
I'm well aware. It's something I need to work on, because I'm shorting too much and I'm not holding on to my longs. I'm taking profit way too early on the longs.
Cool.
Jack ran some stats on a 5-lot long and the most heat you would have taken on it and all that kind of stuff versus where you would have been at it now. Also, a short hedge fund guy. Also, I read an interview 2 months ago. He's like, I switched. He's like, short head, it can go to zero, but that's limited space. Long only is upside. So you're like, you're fighting against the natural bid of the market. That Andre, you always talk about too, and then still limiting your upside money wise, and unlimited downside, risk wise, by having short.
What finally broke me was COVID. When all these companies are making all new all-time highs, and you knew that the world was going to hell. And I don't know if you remember that, Michael. Remember Penn Gaming and all that shit making new all-time highs and stuff, and that's what broke me. I say I'll never be short again.
Yeah, I bought Penn at 4 and sold it at 8, Andre, to make you feel any better there. And then it went to, I think, 130. A couple weeks later, it started that run.
Yes.
I was like, it's not going to zero. I'm going to buy it at 4.
I'm like, they're not playing sports right now. How are where's the rev? No one's playing sports. Where's the gambling coming from?
Casinos are open. I was like, this might be a bargain if we do reopen here the next few months. And it doubled in a week. So I was like, all right, I'll take it and walk away.
Royal Caribbean. I mean,
God. COVID was weird, man. The whole cycle there was just It should be a case
You
study
still think,
in economic
Nick, do you
textbooks.
still think we have that 6 trillion?
Well, I'm
There's
sure
like
it
6
is.
trillion, wasn't it? Pumped into the
It was.
pumped
It was a
6 trillion.
black swan event.
Yes, it was.
We doubled our debt. So imagine if you're like, I don't know, imagine you double your debt and then but you all have all this money coming into the economy.
Gonna override it. 6 trillion over 6 trillion over everything. 6 trillion over everything.
All assets
Fundamentals.
rose. Every asset,
Fundamental.
homes,
Oh yeah.
home prices, you'll never see. Yeah.
Groceries. Just that's why we're dealing with this inflation. That's what this inflation all came from. The 6 trillion.
Yeah, but we also didn't deal with inflation for like 15 years. Remember?
I remember the Fed couldn't figure out why either. When interest rates were zero,
They would keep
couldn't
moving
figure out.
the interest rates down to zero, pretty much.
They were so confused. No textbook they ever read or wrote had that scenario. They could not figure out.
Would you
They're
say
like,
the
"All right,
soft landing? Would you say it's a soft landing, guys? You know, they talked about, is this going to be a soft landing like a year or 2 years ago? Is this a soft landing? I'd say so.
Markets are making new all-time highs.
I don't. If you believe like we're in the 1970s inflation camp of hey, we may see it again, and it could lead to a longer term cycle of a recession and things. I mean, who knows? I don't think any of this is over. But at the same time, I'm now seeing like I think I said this before. I'm selling a rental property condo that I used to live in. Now it's a rental, but that I've seen so much inventory be flooded in Dallas in the last few weeks in that type of in that area and that type of thing. It's just you're seeing like weird signs of like nervousness in real estate and things like that. Just because I've been watching it with my own, and I don't know.
That's why you're getting bearish. That's why you're
but prices haven't really come down. It just you're starting to see a lot of inventory. That's all I will say.
I've been there before.
I'm in London.
I got you. I see that, Eddie.
I'm still in London. London just keeps going up. Whatever happens, property prices just keep going up.
Hey, real quick,
It's
Eddie
ridiculous.
just jumped in here real quick. He wanted to let know everyone, crude making new lows.
New
Last
lows,
trade, 80,
yeah.
Right
yes,
off its highs.
Deeyana, yes, you heard that right. Making new lows, $82.58 after that major miss. The short is $82.56 now.
It's exactly what I was saying. Bad news is good news. Good news is bad news. Makes no difference. Like they're just going to take it wherever they want to take it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you wait. We're going to end up right dead in the middle of the initial balance at the end. Nothing.
Kevin, you said it's not a soft landing, dumb-dumbs. Well, then put the reason why you think it's not a soft landing, because then you're being dumb by saying somebody else is dumb without giving a reason on why you think
markets are making. If markets are making all-time highs, they're gonna champion it as a soft
For a
landing.
reason.
Hate to tell you, so that's just how it is. So they're gonna call it a soft landing. If the market doesn't crash, it's gonna be a soft landing.
I mean, even if it crashes 20% from here, I would still say it's a soft landing because we're well above
100%
where we were when we started
That's
this
true.
year.
And that JP Morgan chief strategist will get his job back too if we crash 20%.
I mean, 30%. I mean, we're still kind of like, yeah, well, we're well off the 2022 low. So how bad really was it?
It's not a soft landing. People are still spending. Okay, guys, give us your reason why it's not a soft landing or it is. This is actually cool. Because all it is collective thoughts of others and, all that put together. Is there a theme? What's the theme? Housing alone, Nick, I heard there's an Airbnb type of home sharing saturation that happened.
Well, I think that was because so many cities outlawed short-term rentals. So now it has to be a 30-day, or you have to do 30 days minimum if you own one. So these people are like, I can't do that, like unless I'm going to do a long-term lease, but then you don't get the money, and so they're like, all right, I'm just going to wash my hands of the property.
They call them
midterm. I think that's the influx that you're seeing.
Yeah, I think it's midterm or medium term. I don't know. It's short, but at 30 days or more, a lot of them are changing too. I have a good handful of Airbnb type properties. It's been incredible. I've lived for free for 14 years and had appreciation.
He's the king. Him and his wife are the king and queen of Airbnb in Chicago. We
built a portfolio and
we got an empire.
By small amounts of money that I started with, and none of them I have mortgages on, except one, and it's a 2.68 30-year fix. So guess what? The money to pay that off is in a T-bill making 5.5.
Exactly.
Nice trade.
That's my plan when I sell this property is it's just to have that sit there, MP.
Yep.
That's why I get like
mortgage on my house.
when I see some of these traders that get the Lambos and all that. I joke around with it like, man, when I was a kid trading and getting in the game, no chance would I spend on anything other than a cash flowing asset that took pressure off every single day for me needing to make money trading until it got to a point where I didn't need to make money trading because I had this other income stream that was solid. That was a 6-figure income stream and still sitting on appreciating assets, cash flowing. I don't know. So that's why I see this. We saw that in the trading pay. A lot of people boats and this and that. And those guys all had to sell those when the money stopped and they didn't have any other income stream. It's all about, last point, it's all about creating
Cash
another
flow.
income stream while you're trading. Yes.
Yep.
Then you're taking pressure off and you get yourself in a really good spot. So, point of the story is Nick and Dakota's doing it a lot right now and all that. Keep taking payouts. Use the prop firm model that we at Topstep created that others do, but go to the ones that you trust that you're going to get a payout. That's the most important. Not how fast you can get to that point, that you're going to get a payout, that you're going to be steady, and that you're going to keep developing and growing, because then you build this long-term skill set that you can keep pulling money out of the markets, and you park that not in a Ferrari, not in a Lambo or a boat or whatever, stupid stuff like that. You put it in a cash flowing asset, or I wouldn't say you want to go start another business because that's another high risk thing. You're already in high risk. Bring it into something that's a lower risk. To me, that's my recommendation. If you ever told me, what would you recommend? And your downside controlled with prop firms, unlike going to your own personal brokerage account.
Kevin in the chat says MP for president. Man, Kevin says MP for president.
My buddy had the best.
Oh, sounds like our current president might be stepping down. Current president might be stepping down, so there might be an opening for you, Michael, if you want to do the debate and all that stuff.
My buddy went golfing, and we're in a golf text, and he's like, "Man, party like Hunter, feel like Joe." I was just like, whoa. Oh, that's a good one. Issa, I give you props for that one if you're listening.
Yep, Issa. All right, Dow's making new lows here. I haven't given much love to the Dow because Dow just kind of does its own thing. Low of the day, 39,586. Last trade, 39,592. So about 5 points off the lows there, but did make new lows. Crude continued to make new lows, bottomed out at $82.46. Last trade, $82.09. See if the bulls can take
cool off day. I did say it's going to be a cool off day for crude oil, and here we are. Despite
what's cool off day mean? What's cool off day mean, D?
It's just we've been going up and up because of the summer demand, and it's just time for a little bit of a relief from the rally. So if you look at the weekly and daily charts, both crude oil and RBOB have got some supplies that we're kind of coming into. And that usually means some sort of a pullback is expected, and that's exactly what's happening now. We're probably not going to hold the shorts too long because it's still summertime. I'm expecting this to go back up at some point, but it's just we've had a whole 4 weeks of just up and up with no breaks or very little breaks. So yeah, it was time, and today we opened close to the edge of the value low, inside value, but then RBOB opened slightly below it, and I could just see that there was not that much interest, and with that a little push to the downside that we had yesterday in crude oil towards the end of the day, that also told me that 83 for now is like a pivotal level. So if we didn't hold it, I would be looking for shorts. So maybe come Friday, we might actually see more long stepping into the market. But today, despite the huge number, it's done absolutely nothing. It went the
biggest pullbacks. The biggest pullbacks, I was just kind of looking at this, Nick, for you too, in the NASDAQ. It's been about 30 points all day. The biggest.
Right. I think that was my short, basically.
Yeah. Nice cover.
Yep. And for the board, I'm not short anymore. Obviously, someone was asking in the chat if I was still short.
You'd have to peg those. Okay, unless you're carving up at 30, and that's perfectly. Those are like from the high to the next bar low, biggest high right there. That's 30. I mean, that's if you catch those two edges of that. So now if you want to move that in because you're not going to catch it perfectly on the entry or the exit, you're still looking at 20, 15, if you peg it correctly, of like opportunity. It's tough to be short.
If you're going to be short, you're going to need news. You're going to need some major headline to really sell that sucker off.
Catalyst.
Catalyst. And it's going to have to be something huge. And even so, I mean,
it was days like, you need days like Friday too, where there truly is like two-way action and large rotations and things like that. And we've had maybe that one day a week the last few months where you get that type of back and forth price action, some volatility. And when you get days like yesterday, when you're kind of trying to, call a top or fade 100-point up move for even a 20-point pullback and you're not getting it, that's how you get hurt. That's how I missed the move up after getting stopped. And, then you get frustrated and try to short it. But I'm short my other combine here, my 50K combine. I'm looking for.
You can't help it, can you, man?
But I mean, this is the right trade. I'm literally reading this in real time. This is the right trade, and this is one where, once again, I will happily cut this for $1,000 or at break even. But this is the right trade.
It's the right trade. Tell us why it's the right trade, Nick. Nick, tell us why it's the right trade.
Because we made a new high, and now we're kind of pulling back towards initial balance. Is all I'm looking for. We pierced above 300, which was kind of the top of this range for today. ES didn't make a new high. ES is still staying in the range. So naturally, I'm just kind of looking for NQ to pull back a touch, and we did. And I was talking. I probably should have covered within a point or two of my take profit, but.
Yeah, so initial balance high on these kind of days, if we're going to keep running, is actually a pretty good point as a pullback bounce. That would be like if I'm looking for an entry into a trending day and I see a sustained auction above the initial balance, a return to the initial balance high would be my entry if we're not too far away from it. And it's exactly what happened in NQ. He just tagged IB high, went back up.
Yep.
Somebody asked in here, when does the VIP stuff start? Very good question. I kind of started it, but then I'm not a part of the execution, implementation, and all that. But I do know that they're communicating, and then they will be sharing with those folks kind of the plan. And that's like a private chat room with a coach, breaking it up probably into there's 150 people we invited, and that means you don't really want 150 people in one room. So we're like 3 rooms, 50, 3 coaches, 3 team names, stats on each of these teams. 50 people started, 25 are active right now, 15 of them have passed. That's a pass percentage rate of 12%. And out of the 12%, 5% of them have taken a payout with a total payout of $10,000. That's kind of what we want to show you guys too. And then also make it so you can see the activity in the chat room. And, but you're not going to comment on it because you're not a part of that group. So then you can learn. This is in Discord. So that's the general concept. To execute all that with people and schedules and holidays. And so, It'll be coming. I threw it on the team. We did not have a plan. They're awesome. we build planes in the air.
Yeah, we do.
Planes in
one
the
wing, one engine on this side, one wing, maybe a rudder.
One engine working once.
And as we said,
one thing that I've noticed is that a lot of the sport people like to yell at MP quite a bit, actually.
Well, I mean, our support is behind, and they're doing the best they can. We have a billing issue where sometimes when it bills or rebills, you either don't get your reset or you don't see your account shows up. This is a scalability issue that we have, and I'm being transparent here that we have that our code's getting rewritten and dialed in. So we do apologize for that, but then that adds support tickets to them, and then some random dude like me goes, hey, by the way, let's do this VIP thing. And it's going to be manually, somebody's got to hold these people's hands and VIP experience. And they're like, what? So I appreciate the team. I try not to slow the ship down just because we have some issues in the background, but I'm letting those people know if you do have an issue, that is the reason why. If it's a billing thing, we do know about it. We are handling that. We're hiring still support reps. We have probably 70 of them now. just helping support you guys. And the better we get our code and the better we get our tech stack and all that kind of stuff, the better your experience will be, but then the better it'll alleviate our team. So then our team also gets shorter reply time and responses time to you. So eventually we turn everything back on and say instant support, which is what we used to be known for. So that's that in the background. So yeah, Deanna, I don't know if that's what you're talking about by support getting.
Yeah, it's just whenever I talk to someone, obviously we have meetings and stuff, and like, sorry, I have to go and shout at MP. Okay.
Not in for you.
Yeah, but
I get it though, because you have so many ideas, and sometimes they just pop into your head, and you're like, "Let's do this," and it's a great idea. But obviously, logistically, it's the size of the company that you have right now might not be as easy to implement quickly.
Yeah,
so obviously, some patience there about the VIP experience. It will come. It's a great idea. So just stay patient. It's coming.
Stay patient. Yeah.
MP,
sometimes I'll say things we're just like we just can't get to them. Richard Branson always said in an interview, he said, if I want an idea to go to die, I give it to my team to research. If I want an idea to work, I tell them to do it.
Oh boy.
Very
oh
true.
boy. Yeah, he's got he's like,
you're an asshole, aren't you? No, I'm just saying we want to innovate. We want to keep pushing. Keep pushing is gonna be uncomfortable. Get comfortable being uncomfortable. It's a growing industry. If we don't do that, we're complacent. You guys have seen enough companies that become irrelevant. We don't want to be that.
All right, looking here at the NASDAQ. Last trade, 20,315, 20,317.
So we got my full take profit on that short that everyone's giving me shit for in the chat. So I just have to laugh. But, that's it. Just what that was, like I said, in the moment as a scalping trade, that was the right read short. And like Dee was saying, a entry long was to bounce or to look for a bounce on initial bounce high. And we got that and took right off and just made a new high.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Holy cow.
It's not that you can't make. Yeah, it's not that you can't make money with shorts in a trending market. You can. They're just usually very quick moves, and you have to be very quick to react when they do come around. Whoever posted that stupid comment, well, we don't see you on the leaderboard, do we? So that's all I'm going to have to say.
Nice.
Well, you just got to say, well, do we see you?
Come on.
Like, do we see you?
Just be nice.
Yes.
There's a lot of like, instead of looking out the window at the neighbors, you need to look in the mirror and say, what do I need to do? So I go on those rants way too much though, Deanna, but I got your back.
Yeah, I have my own rants on my channel, loads of them.
Yeah. Well, chat, we love you. For those that are watching, please click like, please click subscribe. 105,000 subscribers. That show I did was our celebration for 100,000. I'm back, and I see we have 105,000 subscribers. Pretty incredible. What are we on the march to now, Michael? We got 100,000. I think the plaque, Jack, if you're there, the plaque, the trophy is in the mail, I think I saw, or I know we definitely...
The trophy is on its way to the office. The plaque.
Trophy's on its way to the
Brinks truck. It's in the Brinks truck, right, Jax?
Yes, exactly. Why am I forgetting off the top of my head? Sergey Brim has it handcuffed to his wrist and is bringing it to the 42nd floor of the Board of Trade on Friday.
Yes.
Is Sergey Brim? Is that the Stanley Cup guy? Who is that? Is that the World Cup?
He won 2 Stanley Cups, but he was also one of the founders of Google, I believe, who owns YouTube.
Oh, stop it, Jack.
Wow,
I missed you. I knew Sergey. I didn't know his last name. Back off, Jack. God, you're worse in the chat today, man.
Wow, you get the true VIP experience right there.
Yeah, you get Jack lighting you up on television here. Yes.
Trophy.
It's in the mail.
So speaking of that experience, we're going to be introducing
Google.
We're going to be introducing some tiering of a payout club that's going to be built out more. That's in the works to be built out more. And when the payout club comes out, you guys have seen the payout hats and the boxes we send, we're going to be making those tiers from 5,000, 10, however they work with different type of things. Maybe you don't get your hat in the big box. There you go. You got it. Yeah. Look at that pin, guys. That is a very cool pin. You're like, that's some stupid little pin. Well,
yeah,
I ski 100 days in Aspen here for a pin like that because they give you that on your 100th day when you go through the turnstile. So it kind of inspired me to get these things. And then Nick has it right there. And you could put it on punch it into the wall because it's a point thing or whatever, a needle thing on the behind it. But those are the things that we're going to start doing now. Don't be all upset. When we give something, we may be taking away the getting a refund when you get your first payout because you can't do both. We're not going to do both. So that may be getting sunset. When you get your first payout, you get a refund of your last month. Now the price points come so low, it's a very cumbersome thing. And in doing that, it's also cumbersome and manual to do all this payout club. So we may be dropping that to then improve the payout club experience, which is really us doing things to you when you hit these trigger points.
Mm-hmm.
And bank resets is coming, KG. Those are coming.
Bank resets, like you have some in inventory?
You have 5 accounts. They all get rebilled. There's 5 banked resets sitting there.
Damn.
I'm trying another long in gold towards the ASR high at 23.
Talk to us.
75,
what price
77. It's from 23.72.4. So I'm just looking for that push into the liquidity that I can see around 23.75. We'll see if we can get that.
Robert in our Slack just remind us. NQ 50 points away from all-time highs. Can we do it today? Day before America's birthday. It would only be fitting.
Air horns are ready.
Air horns are ready.
Yeah.
Will Nick for a tick short the all-time highs if he has the chance to?
I have been burned all summer shorting the all-time highs. I've probably been right 20% of the time calling an all-time high top and hitting it for 50 points. And I have probably lost a lot more than that 50 points.
Stay tuned to find out.
I have been doing that all year because I've been carrying one of these things around and been perma-bearing it because I ripped the horns off so it looks like a black bear on the other one, but then I threw it like a month ago and I have it somewhere in the office. But I'm still a perma-bear, so I feel for you, buddy. I'm right there. Misery loves company.
It definitely does.
Yeah, like I said, COVID broke me. COVID broke me after trying to. I'm like, why are we not limit down every single day? How is Royal Caribbean up? There's no one on cruise ships for the next year and a half. But
or we're odd day. There's still a cruise ship out there with 3,000 people out of that can't port.
Floating.
There's one thing COVID taught me is just I'm probably never going on a cruise again. Just it seems like that is just a petri dish in the making every single time. So no, thank you.
Dude, Andre, I don't know if I told you this one. I'm super bummed. I got invited. Like I'm from the country, like it's not, this isn't my boat, but I got invited on a super yacht in Croatia that goes out of Croatia. Huge sailboat thing for July 7th.
Is that yacht week?
My wife goes, we can't find an Eddie. We had to go there for a whole week. We got invited with this couple. There's a couple other cool couples out here at Aspen. We know.
What? Did you make that happen?
Never had that option. Usually it's pontoon boat.
Croatia is lovely. I mean,
yeah.
Croatia is lovely. We go there. I mean, I don't do vacations very often, but we were there. Usually we do Spain or something, but we were in a place called Istria, which is kind of quite.
Michael,
this is Donrik or
Dubrovnik.
Dubrovnik, I think.
Yeah, Michael, you figure out a way.
You
figure out a way to get your ass on an airplane and get your ass on that super yacht.
I know, they said, hey, we were hoping you could come surprise us. I'm like,
get your ass down. What are you doing, dude?
Kids. Those damn kids.
It's good weather now. It's so hot there. It's beautiful.
Hey, new highs here. New highs here, about 40 points, 40-ish points from all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Can we do it today? Thank you, Robert. Robert beat me to the punch here in our Slack channel. Can we do it today? The day before America's birthday. How old are we now? 1776? What are we about?
Dubrovnik.
Yeah, that's where the party is.
And then, it starts there and it ends in Split.
Right, yeah.
So
sounds insane.
10 cabins.
You figure out how to get on that plane and get your ass.
And my invites have always been farmers on pontoon boats at Carter Lake in Nebraska.
It's gonna be fun
first
too.
Little invite.
Those gonna be fun.
Bring your fishing gear.
Bring your fishing gear. This one is hey Jeeves, can you throw the pole in there for me?
No noodling. They don't do noodling out on these super
No.
yachts. All right, let's see here.
Yeah,
Catching
no
a bid is
I'll take a mahi or whatever it is. Yeah.
S&P's catching a bid as well here. Last high of the day, 55.80. 55.80 can both make new all-time highs today on Topstep TV. Fast markets. Let's make some history today, folks. Come on. Participation is light, but markets are moving.
Yes, they are. But
D is long gold. Crude catching a bit of a bounce. We bottomed out at $82.46. Currently trading $82.93. Can we push into those 83s? Asked me to babysit Pug Traveler. That would be a very, very bad idea. His wife would never let me babysit. What's up, D?
No chance. No chance
No
that she let
chance.
Andre do that. No chance.
No chance.
I've actually mentioned it to one time. She's like, no
She
chance.
laugh. I bet she started laughing. We got some little resistance here. 55.80 in the S&P's. Got this 500. What's up, D? Sorry.
I think still crude oil still flat. What did I say the other day? Flat.
It's going to fall. It's going to come right back here. It's going to come right back here. NVIDIA. I keep seeing everyone talk about NVIDIA here in the chat. Oh, I see why. NVIDIA up. Nick, you're not going to believe this, but NVIDIA's up about $4 in the last 45 minutes. NVIDIA now trading $125.65.
Just a normal day.
Just a normal day. All right, we're pushing here. All-time highs.
Mr. Moon, why don't you send everybody a reset code at the rebuild instead of an auto reset in case? Yeah, that's what we're fixing, bro. That's what we're doing. That's what the bank's all about. Is basically like if you're up, down, or all around, wherever your account is, when the rebuild hits, if it's busted out, if you're profitable, doesn't matter. You're gonna have a reset there, banked.
Did you call him
you
bro?
Can use.
Did you call him?
Yeah, I call him bro.
You got bro. You got the MP bro. That's a good thing. Yeah.
Probably cool, bro. I don't know. He's not.
Look at real quick. I'm gonna throw it to JD right after this, but I want everyone to see what MP is. MP is wearing old school vintage Topstep Trader hat and 3/4. Look at that Topstep Trader. This is what is that? What's the back saying? Hashtag get funded. Hashtag get funded. He is wearing some old school Topstep Trader. We're dressed like it's what 2016 now. What is that? 2017.
Look at it. I can still fit in it, Andre.
That's a great point. You look good. You're slim. You're still fitting in what you're us. That's a very good point. As we continue to make new highs, it's a good look though. They got the green going. Got the 3/4 length. Man, that's a Bachelor MP. A Bachelor MP was running around Chicago.
Cool swag.
That was the Bachelor MP look. You're right.
Bachelor MP running around Chicago wearing that. Line up at local dive.
What's Topstep? One the Jay. Eddie, I want you to go then, but Coach Jay, can we all give Coach Jay another props? You would have had to take 5 points of heat. I don't know. Let's call it 10 max. I don't even think it was 10 max, but let's just say it was from his 41s to 4-1s, and it's just been. I mean, you had to be a patient trader, hold it all the way up here for 100 points. I think the 100-point. There, thank you. Whenever anybody has a level that they take less than 10 points heat to get 100 points heat out of it, or 100-point possible opportunity out of it. Coach Jay, congratulations on your
shout out. All right. Well, as we continue to watch this rally here in the NASDAQ, and we'll keep an eye on D's gold trade, crude right back to where D said it was going to be, right back in the middle. We'll throw it to JD. We got some more stats coming up. Then we got some plugs. We got some serious. We still got more good stuff coming up here. We got hashtag Fast Markets coming up here on Fast Markets. But JD, let's throw it to you, man. What's going on?
For sure. We were talking payouts a few minutes ago. Let's look at some payouts from yesterday. Genelin, an anonymous squirrel, Shia, Clinton, and Chung, all with nice payouts yesterday. Never forget to pay yourself. We got a good story about Clinton coming up in just a minute when we get to the leaderboard too. But let's take a look at yesterday's XFA P&Ls. All right.
2,000. Nice.
Tyrese, Liam, Justin, Jeremy, and Michelle all carved it up trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Justin was also on our live funded P&L list just a little while ago. Justin was actually trading in one live account and 3 XFAs and took home a total of $48,000 in profits yesterday. Justin did not make the leaderboard today, despite that huge day, but he did jump from 296th place all the way up to 14th place yesterday. So nice trading from Justin there. All right, here's the bottom half of our top 10 list.
Let's go while we're young.
In 6th place, thanks, Eddie. For the second day in a row, Brian P. Brian's trading in one live account, 5 XFAs, took a $20,000 drawdown, but still held on to 6th place. Kingway also held on in the same spot for the second consecutive day. Kingway had a $6,000 profit yesterday. Nick, for a tick, you're looking at him, suffered a drawdown, but still hanging tough in 8th place right now.
Those $20,000 drawdowns hit you hard.
They sure do, but you're hanging in there. You're still win a day, lose a day kind of thing, right?
Yeah, no, it's
the
cycle I've been in for a month, man.
Hang in there.
Hang in there.
Yeah, you got it.
Take a little time off. I know you were talking about it. Does about it good.
Yeah, barbecue.
All right, Demetrios. Demetrios jumped up a notch. He was in 10th place yesterday, had a nice $11,000 winner. And Pavel rounds out our top 10. Pavel moved into 10th place after a $15,000 day across 5 XFAs. All right, here we go.
He's a Cinderella boy. Turns in his eyes, I guess, as he lines up this last shot. He's got about 195 yards left, and looks like he's got about an 8 iron. This crowd has gone deathly silent. Cinderella story, out of nowhere, before a greenskeeper now, about to become the Masters champion.
What movie is that, Michael?
It looks like a Mirage.
I want a hot dog. I want a cheeseburger.
Right, let JD finish. That's all right.
You'll get nothing to like it.
You'll get nothing to like it. Yeah.
All right. In 6th place, we already did 6th. 5th place, we have Sadara trading in 3 XFAs. Sadara moved up from 14th place after picking up a total of $36,000 yesterday in 3 accounts. Clinton moved up to 4th place with an $18,000 ripper in 3 XFAs. MP, we were talking payouts. Clinton was on that payout list, but he's actually taken a payout every day this week. Took 19 grand on Monday, 16 grand yesterday, and he requested another $16,000 today. $50,000 in payouts.
50 G's in wow. That's a hell of a week.
50,000. Hold on real quick. You could buy 20% down. You can go buy a studio. You could 20% down on a 250,000. There's 50 grand. You can go buy a $250,000, $300,000, whatever your neighborhood is, and there could be a cash flowing property that appreciates. I wouldn't put it in the stock market. That's another risk, but that is a lot of money to even start on your next income stream that you need to start creating. Awesome.
Yep, for sure. Awesome. Nice job, Clinton. If you're watching, take that advice. All right, top 3 from yesterday. Nobody moved on the list. Raphael, he had that nice $28,000 day yesterday, trading the ES, hanging out in 3rd place. Shane did take a drawdown yesterday, almost $17,000, but he remains in 2nd. Shane had that big day on Monday. Mick and Jack talked about him quite a bit during the shoulder tap yesterday. Took home $131,000 copy and trades across 5 accounts on Monday. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Dakota took a 6K drawdown yesterday, but is still sitting pretty in 1st place. There is your leaderboard.
100. You said, JD, you said 130 grand?
Yep. 26,000 per account.
It's traveling.
Copy and trades across 5 XFAs. $131,000 on Monday. Big day for Shane.
That'd be a record.
He was only
130.
That's gotta be a record.
Pretty close.
I mean, you could get a 500. You could get easily a $500,000 place, 20% down, and you have it. Don't go like nothing done, and then you have an income stream. Maybe that $500,000 house does $2,000 a month or $3,000 or something like. There's a $3,000, and I hope we are doing that, not Lambos.
What? Lambos are more fun, Michael. They depreciate.
My next
They go
condo in
fast.
Dallas.
Nick's got a
dents
condo he
in
can
the
sell you.
Lambo.
Nick's got a condo he built he can sell you.
You can take my revenue generating property and make it your own.
Is it cash flowing?
It was. No, I'm getting rid of it because of the baby and other reasons. Just one less thing for me to worry about right now. As I'm figuring this world out a little bit. I'm just like, hey, one less headache for the time being.
One less moving part. It's totally because it is work. Oh, the dishwasher doesn't work. Okay, all right.
I had a really good tenant for years, and now he moved out. So it's like I was just testing the waters, and I didn't like a couple of people that were interested in renting it, so I decided to unload it.
I've had some bad tenants before. It's the absolute worst. Absolute worst.
Oh, I've had some bad tenants on Airbnb. We had a gang coming up from Atlanta. Gucci gang was at Topstep's, or not Topstep. Was at Topstep's first office. I have a penthouse downtown in Chicago that I was trading well, and that was one of the part of the portfolio. Brian Chesky, actually, a CEO of Airbnb, stayed there in 2010.
All right, now your name's dropping. All right.
I mean, just goes to show I was in the sharing economy in 2010. I've been doing it for a while. I've been sharing my shit, true. Andre. How about you do that?
That's true. Sharing is caring.
They trashed the place. Huge parties on their Facebooks. Was like guns on my coffee table and all that kind of. You rent your place out, so other people are going to use it however they want to. But they had a huge party there. There's a Gucci gang. Is it called the Gucci gang at that point in Chicago? They have gang teams or whatever at the police, and they're like, "Hey,
cops were staking it out. They're staking out your place.
Cops were staking out my place." And then a guy that worked at Topstep goes, "Hey, my brother-in-law is staking out your your condo because the Gucci gang. He's a part of the Gucci gang task force is there." I'm like, "What?" And then they're like, they're gonna do a raid on it or something. I don't know. They ended up busting some kids there. Yeah, that was a.
All right. Well, all right. So all-time highs in the NASDAQ. All-time highs in the NASDAQ, 20,371. We're about 29 points from all-time highs. All-time highs in the ES, 5588. Shout out to Robert for having that information for me. So readily available. 9 points away in the S&Ps, 29 points away in the NASDAQ. Can we do it here in the next 30 minutes on Fast Market? Fast Markets. It's plural Fast Markets, I should say. D is long gold. D, what price? Just one market.
2372.4. It's still hovering around the same area, so I'm kind of looking for that push higher, but it's not really doing it yet. So still waiting.
There. The UMP? Is that your Slack? Oh my God.
What was that?
No.
Yeah, that's MPs. I don't know.
That wasn't me.
We got some plugs coming up here. All right, taking a look at the S&P ladder here. There is some liquidity upside. It's going to take some energy to get through. Starting at, but we did get through those 80s. D pointed out those 80s, about a 500 last sitting on those 55 80s. We did get through that, as the high of the day is 55.82 half. We got through it, but you did see us pull back, retrace a little bit. Obviously, we talked about a couple points. But you did see the offers come back in. You see the offers keep coming back in. So if we are going to continue to go higher, we're going to need some energy. We're going to need some follow-through to gobble up all these offers. The liquidity is definitely to the upside. From what I'm gathering, there are some bids stacked to the downside here. 55.75 in the S&Ps. Again, we're about 10 points off the all-time highs in S&Ps and about 30 points off the all-time highs in NASDAQ.
We're about a minute to the Euro close, so let's see what happens here. Make a run at it.
Do it. I mean, Nick, you do have stocks and stuff, right? You have portfolio. I'm sure you have some holdings and some stuff. So you can't totally hate seeing these new all-time highs, right? You're seeing 401k days, right?
Yeah, all of those other long-term holdings are fine. And that's fantastic. I'm just competitive in nature and compete with myself. Yep. And so, yeah, when you're struggling, I guess I could word it as this: when you've had such success in something that I know is difficult and that I've been kind of learning on the fly for the last couple of years and really had never really dealt with adversity since I took it seriously. And then you deal with that first bout of it. It's just like, okay, I am human in this. You kind of hit that the other side of statistics. Even if you are a profitable trader, you hit 70% of your trades. Well, eventually you'll go on that 30% tear for a longer period of time than you're used to. And I think that's just what I'm in right now.
100%, man. It's mental. And he ran the stats, and you saw that you got married to a bias.
Yep.
And you're even playing with, let's be honest, you're playing with fire today. You took two shorts, 2 winners, of course, but you see that you're playing with fire today, and you're laughing. You're laughing because you know it's true, and that's cool.
It is true, but I still think
it was the right
most
trade.
of the time I do take, higher probability shorts. I'm not just, I'm not shorting in the hole. I'm not shorting, the first spike of a new high made on a candle. No, I'm kind of waiting for it to pull back into whatever range and then shorting it back towards, like I did earlier, to initial balance or back towards VWAP. But the sellers had already showed up on both of those shorts, and I was kind of just joining along with them. So not necessarily the most high probability, like hold it all day short or long, like we could have done on Monday, but a short that makes sense for a scalp.
Okay, that's a good distinction. Makes sense for a scalp. This is a long-term trade. Quick scalp, see profit, take those 20 points, take it and run. All right, well, we're going to keep an eye on that. D's got our gold trade on. I saw some sellers coming here in the ES, but we got some hashtag fast markets. We got Series 3 coming up, and we got some plugs coming from Eddie. Eddie, what do we got, man?
What do we got?
What do we got here?
I'm here.
I got you.
All right. Head's on a swivel right now here. Coach Robert. How about this one? Our very own Coach Robert sat down with Austin Silver. Talk about his trading background and the day trading show. Now, this interview is going to be available to watch starting Saturday, July 6th at 7 a.m. Central Time. So if you can, check out the interview after it debuts. We will remind you, but we're very proud to have our Coach Robert and Austin Silver hooking up and doing an interview. And he did one with Michael a little ways back, and Austin's got a lot of us on the list, so check it out. Also, just a reminder, today, July 3rd, we're going to end at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time, but Slow Markets is still going to happen tonight at 8 p.m. Tomorrow, July 4th, we're going to be off the air, so enjoy the day. No Slow Markets, but don't fret. We're going to be back here at Topstep TV Friday morning, July 5th. Back to you, Andre.
Yeah, Friday's going to be jam-packed. Non-farm payrolls on Friday. We'll see if this oil can get their act together and actually pay attention to this number that came out about an hour ago. It's really not now. D called it. We're going to call right back into range. Sure enough, we are right back in range. Currently trading $82.70. Less oil. Bless it. MP. So you got to bail on the super yacht, my man. This is
it's beautiful. He said
I'm sure it is. I'm sure they don't make many ugly super yachts. I'm sure.
Yeah, he's a big timer. He's a really cool guy. Really cool guy. Big time guy. I skied with him up in Canada, and we had a cigar like 11 o'clock at night. Became kind of buddies through that. You met him. You met him at Caribou Club.
Name drop.
Whatever. I would have been free. Flight. I'd invite a flight.
Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! I'm sure there'll be another opportunity, but you never forget your first, Michael. So you got to put that on hold. Look at it tilt here, 50-50 across the board. We're kind of petering out here. Trading 20,331, 333 now in the Nasdaq. Seeing some sellers for all you bulls out there looking to possibly get in on this rally. And the S&P's looking at the 5-minute chart. This might be the pullback you're looking for. 55.76. Again, 55.76. High of the day, 55.82. You're looking to get long. This might be your pullback. I can't ever get along these. I can't ever get in on these moves in these trending markets. Well, this is your chance if you're looking to get in. But 50-50 until I don't even know what delta is. I don't know if it matters at this point. That's a holiday trade. Shortened show today. Markets are closing in about 90 minutes. Yeah, about 90 minutes. So be careful out there. Don't make or break your day or week. Like today. Hey, so Jack, if you want to do Everyone's favorite pop quiz. We could do that. We also got hashtag fast
Hell
markets
yeah.
coming. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
We got that. We got the second stats coming up. Good stuff all around. Let's do it. This one, it's the 4th of July. This one's really straightforward. I think you're going to get it.
Let's see this one.
Which of the following is in order to sell a futures contract at $26.50?
Oh, God, Jack.
B, limit.
Come on.
C, stop. D, MIT. Market if touched. Not the university.
Oh, it's a good school, Michael. I do know. Can we put the poll up? Good job, guys. Put the poll up. What?
Going soft on us, Jack.
It's a holiday. It's a holiday.
The issue is we've been doing this for a while now, and it's not like the questions on this test are that hard, and you need 70% right to pass. So I've used most of the hard ones.
So we're running out of questions. Is that what you're trying to say?
D, I think that's what he's saying. I think that's what he's saying.
Do you feel, Jack,
to like other trading concepts too, to fill into some Series 3 if we're running out of questions? Like some regulations, some Hoag's terminology, some market profile terminology, like other things too we could throw in here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, market profile's not in Series 3.
Yeah, market profile's not in Series 3.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nick. It's not,
Jack,
it's not Series 3.
We're running out of questions, man. I mean, I'm just trying to help.
We are.
Well, let's see the answer.
You can read a paragraph. You can read a paragraph.
Michael, what's the answer, Michael?
B, dude. B.
It's B.
It's B, not D.
I said B, dude. Limit.
Okay. All right.
I said B,
Sorry,
dude.
bro.
Limit.
Sorry, bro.
Bro. Sorry, bro.
It's B. It's not A.
Let's see what this. Let's take a look at the poll here.
Jack, I bet you're ready for it. Doing all this, coming up with questions and all that. I bet you're ready for it. Johnny, I hear is going to be taking it shortly.
I would take like 2 weeks to actually read through it. I've just been reading the questions, but
let's schedule a test for Jack and we'll see how he does. Let's just do it.
Oh, so giddy. Hey, almost the weekend.
It's Rock Dog to Series 3. All right. What, Nick?
It's the way you said that.
Yeah, so MP did it. He passed. All right. Again, all-time highs in ES 50. What's up, D? 55.88.
I'm hungry.
Yeah,
I didn't eat anything today. I forgot.
What is it, D? What time is it there? It's probably it's too late for lunch. Maybe too early
for
dinner.
4:30. Yeah.
What does a D have for a lunch on a typical day? Because you're typically with us at this time. So you have lunch before or after? I
usually just do coffees, and then after the show, I typically eat something. But for some reason, and I'm not usually that hungry at that point. Recently, I've been trying to do like sort of one meal a day, OMAD, and that's been working out pretty nicely because I want to kind of cut for the summer and whatever. And so usually I would have some sort of protein and some salad. So it would be like either pork or some kind of vegan protein, whatever is around. And usually some cucumber and tomatoes for salad. So very simple.
Like it. Michael flirted with intermittent fasting for a minute.
I've been doing it for years. I love it.
Yeah, my wife told me I'm doing intermittent fasting. What is that? Oh, you just don't eat all day until like one window. I'm like, I've been doing that for like 20 years.
That anyway. Yes, exactly. I've been a breakfast person. Like when I was a kid, my grandma always used to try to get me to eat something, and I was always like, oh no. And I kind of started doing a more extended fast. It wasn't like super intentional. It's just I get stuck in with work and stuff, and then before you know it, it's like the afternoon, and I still haven't eaten. I've still had like 3 coffees, and that's about it. So and then I kind of wanted to do a little bit of kind of weight control for the summer, and I figured, well, I've always wanted to try eating once a day. No time like the present, and it's nice. It's it kind of gives you a clearer head, bizarrely. So I'm enjoying it. But today, for some reason, I'm feeling the hunger. So I don't know what that's all about.
There has been a lot of questions about promo codes and no. Sorry, guys, we're not. That's
focused on
big gap between the next one we do that. We're not flash sale fanatics.
Ooh,
try to focus. What I like to do is if things aren't going well and you need it, then try to focus on slowing your stuff down. Like do what Nick's doing. Take time off. Don't even be at Topstep. Take the whole month off for trading in general. I wouldn't take a month off. That's too out of tune. Take a week off. Regroup. Reflect.
When I sat down at the charts this morning, I was on for 4 trading days, and it's still, you feel like, what did I miss? What did I miss?
Yes.
You see
over a week's a little where you start to get out of tune, in my opinion.
You do. But sometimes it's needed, man. Sometimes that's more important. Sometimes taking that week off or 2 weeks off is more important than quote unquote being in tune with the markets. You eventually catch back up. It'll take a day, take 2 days.
Yeah.
But,
I see a whole bunch of people who are like, a bit confused, but because I said either pork or vegan protein.
I can see the confusion.
The reason for that, the reason for that is because I react to certain proteins. So there's only like a couple of actual animal meats that I can eat for some weird reason. It's like an allergy to certain meats. And then some of the other people who are saying, "Oh, check out this book." I'm not going to check out books on fasting. It's literally just, don't eat until a certain time. Make sure your electrolytes are done, and then just eat something healthy. It's really not that much of a rocket science.
Mm-hmm. Somebody asked in here, guys, if it's slow, we'll take questions too. Sure. Banked resets, hopefully Q3. Hopefully it comes out in Q3. Again, I can't put dates on anything or else my team will get even more frustrated with me, and we'll have less team members on the team, which means they'll delay the project. No, we got to balance off their work-life balance too. No promo codes coming up. None of that. If that steers you away from being at Topstep, so be it. We're okay with that. If you're a promo code follower, you should be here for other reasons than that. $49. I lost $90,000 in trading and spent $12,000 in education. Nobody should ever have to do either one of those. But $49 gets you in a real time everything and showcasing your ability to become Nick Furtick on top of the leaderboard, taking out thousands of dollars and doing things with it to help better his life, or the payout people that were just on here on the leaderboards and all that kind of stuff. You can get there. You can get there with $49. So a promo would be $20 less of that anyway. So I wouldn't hold my life up on trading.
Was saying something here. So to be clear, if we're up on our account but approaching a reset time, like I don't know what's a reset time.
You get nothing.
Yeah, it just rebuilds and it carries on. You don't lose your balance. There is no maximum.
That's a screw up. Yeah, we had an old leadership team, and they didn't listen to one of the things. I'm like, that's not going to make sense, guys. You're literally just rewarding the people that break the rule. They're like, well, if they're up on the account, they don't need it. I'm like, but if they're down on the account and broke the account, then why are you only giving them something and nobody else something? We had that debate, and at that moment in time, I had to choose which fire or what do they call it? Like which thing you want to dig your heels in. Yeah. I didn't dig it in on that one, and I'm usually the product final stamp of approval. Like, okay, let's do that. It was built wrong, but we're going to build it right.
Mm-hmm.
I used to always tell him, Andre, I'm like, guys, this should be like Massage Envy. Remember Massage Envy in Chicago? You get a subscription. Yeah. I had a subscription. And then every month you get a free massage, and it banks. And then they got sued. Hear me out. They got sued because if you banked them up so much and you cancel your membership, they just all instantly cancel that same day. So then they called it currency, called it value, and they gave them like 60 days to do all their built up banked massages. That was the subscription model they had. It was genius. I loved it. I had a membership. I didn't go 1 month. I still had a massage sitting there.
It's amazing, Dad. That's how MP gets a lot of his ideas. He picks and chooses and plucks it from all these other industries and applies it to Topstep. Does it first year at Topstep, then you see the copycats come out later. Not innovating, just innovating and never innovating, just copying. But that's okay. We don't mind leading around here. Okay, so all those longs that wanted to jump in on the ES, that little pullback, probably sitting in the money here, 2 points or so. And Q catching a bit of a bid here. Can we get it on one more push here? We got
15 minutes. 13. I want to hit the horn.
Yeah, I know. 13 minutes, Nick. Come on. Can we do this, Marcus? Should we buy, fire up that house account, Michael? 100 lot time. Let's get this NQ going.
Start throwing the 100 lots, make a new all-time high.
Yes. All for the air horn.
All right.
All for the sound effect on the mixer.
We're ready. We're ready.
We're ready.
Please do the air horn though. I do want to.
Yeah, well,
you've done it before. You've done it. We did it sort of sarcastically every time the NQ was
we had that day when
all-time high.
making new all-time highs. The S&P was making new all-time highs, and it was D and I sitting here almost like just stoic looks at this point because we were so over it after like the 7th one we hit that day.
That day was a lot of fun. I was
all-time
amused.
high. Yay.
I thoroughly enjoyed that day. Let the record show. I was
Do you
laughing.
have the baby sleeping in the house, Nick? Do you have the baby? You don't want to be air horning out of your office right now.
No, that's why we have the headphones and a soundboard. But no, baby's in November.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
I
cool.
was
You don't
about
have
to
it.
say, like, you don't have the baby just yet, right? So
No baby
your
moon.
wife might have a problem with the air horn, but you know.
She's napping.
But I've been joking too as you guys expand content and stuff. I was like, we'll see what happens in the fall. Maybe I'll do a London Open when I have not been sleeping and I'm wide awake at 2 a.m. because my hours are all screwed up.
Yes.
You can come on London session with me, yeah.
Yeah, D and I will jump off of the London Open. I'll be 2 a.m. my time.
We've actually been talking about that.
We are talking to some very talented people that live over there. One of them being in the second box to the bottom. We won't name names. That may be taking some. We have a lot of people asking about the Asian session, the London session, and Dakota's kind of covering the Asian session. I mean, you get like 8,000, 10,000 people that are showing up on that one. So clearly people like that. And then also there's a little education around that as well for people that don't get to tune in during U.S. normal market hours. And then there's a London session option. So more to come, right, Deeyana?
Yes, D for London session. People like that. We need London session. Agree. D London session would be dope. Asian session would be chill AF.
What's that mean, Andre?
F, chill F. I don't know. I'm not saying it. We get in trouble for swearing around here.
You guys want to remember Alfie?
Only Tuckman can swear.
Does he say it?
No.
F this, F that. You can't stop.
Yeah, he drops the F bombs like there's no tomorrow. Yeah.
There's no tomorrow. He just lets it rip. He's pretty much the only one that's allowed to swear around here. To that extent, I should say. All right. Well, Gabe, if we got the hashtag fast market stuff, we can start getting that ready.
We do.
We got 10 minutes left here in fast markets. Hey, you guys, stay tuned, by the way. Coming up after this, yes, Francis Green, former pro soccer player, BBC sports commentator. He's here to discuss his transition from being a professional athlete to a full-time trader. You see that a lot. Athletes to trader, the competition, right? Being quick, reflexes, reaction, pattern recognition. Stay tuned with this. Former pro soccer player and BBC commentator, Francis Green, with us at Topstep. That's Power Players coming up after this in about 13 minutes or so. But we got cool stuff.
I know. This is cool.
Isn't it?
A footballer, Andre. I don't want you screwing up that up. A footballer. Come on.
I will. I would like to ask him what he thought about that England game that they luckily got bailed out on. They should not have won that game, let the record show, but they did.
Can I just say lucky bastards? That's my thought.
D, incredibly lucky. I was going crazy in the hotel room when I watched that. Was it Jude Bellingham?
Ridiculous.
Bicycle kick with 3 minutes left?
Yeah.
Oh, that bicycle. You got to be kidding.
Yeah.
Don't get me started.
To be honest, even the next one was a little bit dodgy as well. So
it was.
I
Harry
like,
Kane?
what are you guys doing? Yeah.
Man.
I think Kane is a little bit older now, so he's not as snappy as he used to be. But the Slovakia team, they were all really tall. And Kane is tall, but there was like a couple of guys that were even taller than him. It was, it was difficult, but it's not that. It's like the whole possession thing. They kept giving the ball away. It's like, dude, come on.
D, watching soccer. I like it. D giving soccer takes. This is great stuff today, D. But yes,
this Euro Cup. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely. They were very, very lucky. That was an incredible goal by Bellingham, for sure. But I love when D's giving her soccer takes. So we'll tune in if we got Francis coming up here in a little bit. But Gabe, what do we got for hashtag fast markets?
All right. I got 4 submissions for us today. First one is Eddie trying to read the MOC numbers.
Oh, I know what he's looking
Eddie
at.
getting some love.
Eddie, I know what he's looking at when those things pop up.
They threw the Mag 7 MOC, so God only knows that's another just rabbit hole to go down.
They changed it. Yes, Eddie, I feel for you. Even messing with Eddie's
Also,
MOC numbers.
He says, congrats to Eddie on the 14-year anniversary. Grateful to have you.
Great. So we are too.
Eddie.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Next up here, got I'm not going to read the name, but past 2 combines on Top Step. VIP next week also. Glad I made the switch. Shout out, Michael.
Nice.
That's not the name.
Nice.
Gabe, what was the name on there? I can't read the account name.
Am I going to say it? All right.
Okay. It's past that shit is what it is. Nice job. Nice job.
You knew Michael would. Michael took the bait.
There we go. We got Dusty Bottoms. I can say that one, right?
Yeah, it works.
Little battle station, little battle station pick for us.
Yeah.
Gotta love them.
Oh, cool. Even got a little window view.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And last but not least, locking it out after a little just shy of $300 in profit using that Topstep X lockout feature. Gotta love it.
The lockout feature. We're trying to get, thanks, Gabe. We're trying to get, I asked them for stats because I remember when somebody, I'm like, I want the lockout feature, blah, blah, blah. And somebody reached out in the community or something. He's like, why are you guys doing to do that? It's going to just help people pass. I'm like, no shit. And that, because it does, it should, because it helps. So whatever we do here is always working towards that direction. Even when our back's against the wall, we're still going to always try to do what's best to put the trader in the best spot. So the lockout feature is awesome, and I'm proud of it because it's helping a lot of people. It's helping a lot of people get to the funded level. And I'm assuming if they're getting to the funded level, they're using it to get to the payout level, and they're taking consistent payouts because they're locking money in.
This right now. Yeah. 10 points. 10 points away. Come on, Nick. Come on, we got this.
We got 9 minutes. I'm optimistic.
9 minutes. We need to go 10 points in 9 minutes here in the NASDAQ. Can we do it on fast?
NQ is going to blow through by like 20. We're going to hit 400.
You heard it here, folks. Can we make history? All-time highs in the NASDAQ. Can we do it? NVIDIA trading almost $127. NVIDIA's been on a tear. Can we get to all-time highs?
Nick, I'm doing a one lot. I got to ride the highs.
Do it. MOC, Michael. That's a half of it, actually.
We don't have that order type yet in Topstep X.
I'm just saying, you can manually, just in general, manually just ride, but it's a half.
The minute the show is done, I'm done for the till my holiday starts.
I'm done until Monday after we make an all-time high here.
On that note, that's all you need to see.
The customized lockout button is the next thing that is going to be iterated upon that lockout, which is setting your time. Lock me out 15 minutes the rest of the day. Lock me out X. That's coming this year. We wanted to get just the basic one out of the gate. Lock me out for the entire day.
Customize it. All right. That's going to be tricky. Come on. Can we do this, Nick? 11 points. 11 handles.
There's a lot of liquidity up there. It's going to do it.
Yeah, I did see Jay in the chat. Yeah. Coach Jay, what do we have? What was that order Coach Jay put in the chat?
There's like a 99 and a 125 up to 75.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Are you nervous, Michael?
On my one lot that I'm long from 360, and I'm long on a market that's been trending higher for the last 2 or 3 years. I don't know.
There you go. You just put it perfectly there.
I mean, there's no reason to short this now. Not with the early close.
No.
There'd be people like me, Perma Bear, that are picking another high, thinking that they're God's gift to
4
trading,
minutes.
pegging.
4 minutes. We need to go 7 points in 4 minutes. Again, all-time highs, 20,371. All-time highs, NASDAQ.
Just one little market order should get us there. Come on.
Yeah, come on. NVIDIA trading above $127. NVIDIA doing the heavy lifting. MP, fire up 100 lots so Dick can just fire off the air horn. Just 100 lot for
let's push it. Yeah,
for a silly air horn.
All this for some
Suspense
content.
is
Let's
killing
go.
me.
Yeah, for content is right.
Come on.
We do. Come on, we're watching this history here. Get your party hats, Hoop says. Get your party hats is right. We will get it. If we don't get it here,
I need Jack or JD or someone as we continue to make new all-time highs, just to have the Lieutenant Dan gif of him at the bar with the confetti just on standby to do as an overlay.
That's exactly what it is
every time.
That's exactly what it is. Not
exactly
happy at all.
Stop run.
Here we go. I'm waiting for the stop run, hopefully to 80 something and change.
Mm-hmm.
What's the stop run, guys? Watch the highs. Rip the highs, rip the highs, rip the highs.
Mm-hmm.
There's people that are sitting up there with a stop. And when it gets hit, it turns into a buy order. When the buys come in and then more buys come in because the stops are getting hit, it becomes a stop run.
Here we go. We did it. We did it. We did it with 2 minutes.
New all-time highs.
We did it. We did it.
I'm out.
With 2 minutes to spare, we absolutely did it. All-time highs.
You don't even take heat when you're long.
No, you don't.
Exactly.
It's a beautiful thing, guys.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful
exactly, yeah.
You guys are seeing the light. Oh, wow.
You just have to be patient. That's what's crazy about it. You just have to be patient.
All right, there's 138 lots sitting here at 20,375. That gets filled because why not? This is
We hit a new
America.
all-time high on America's
Happy
birthday.
birthday,
You
America.
can't ask for anything more.
Happy birthday, America. All-time highs. Our president might be stepping aside. All-time highs. I mean, this is just, hey, man.
I love how they all still claim, well, look at the markets. Look at they're on all time. They've all been, hey, every presidential one's been since 2010 has been at all-time highs.
Oh, Phil, that 120 light just got gobbled up. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Nick.
Oh, yeah, Dave.
Thank you, Nick.
Did it again.
Yeah, man. Unreal. Wow.
It's crazy to see. It's fantastic for our 401ks and everything else. So you kind of just have to laugh, but
look at this.
I can't explain it.
All right, S&Ps, it's your turn. We are 7 points away from all-time highs in the S&Ps. NASDAQ did it. S&P. Dow just does not want to crack 40,000. Dow, wake up. I know you're weighted all weird.
Oh, because the value trade is to rotate out of NVIDIA and into Apple, not into the Dow.
So crazy, Nick. All right, guys, that is it for fast markets and the short holiday trade. Nick, you are the man, dude. Hang in there. You're gonna hit these ruts in the trading. That's part of the gig. You know it. You know what you're doing. You're a good trader. You'll be back. D, keep us posted on that gold trade if you're still in it.
Oh no, I took $80 on it because it pushed up a little bit, so I just took it off because it's the end of the day. There's nothing more.
It is the end of the day. Is it? Everybody, we do have power players and top quiz coming up next, so stay tuned. MP, good stuff. Stay long.
To my screen. Go to my screen real quick, Andre. Go to my screen.
I can't control that.
I'm locking myself out.
Oh.
MP, I lost your screens. I don't have
it. I just locked myself out, which means I cannot trade. I'm up $94. Wow. Hey. Fun day, guys.
That will get you a hamburger in Aspen, $94. All right, guys. Thank you very much. We got power players coming up next. Again, this is going to be very cool. We always bring the cool stuff here. We got Francis Green, former pro soccer player and BBC sports commentator. We'll see what his thoughts are on that. England got away with one against Slovakia the other day. Anyways, thank you guys, everyone. We got power players coming up next. That was a lot of fun, fast markets. See you on the other side of this. Let's go. very excited for this next guest. The man in the middle goes by Francis Green. Francis Green, you are now a Top Step power player. Francis, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you. Big appreciation for obviously getting me on. I really appreciate that. So I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, really
Excellent.
good.
Excellent. Okay. Well, in the meantime, we just continue to make new all-time highs in the NQ. We'll keep one eye on that. S&P's got about 4 points to go. Again, 55.88 all-time highs in the S&Ps. Let's get straight to it. Francis, quick question. Did England deserve to win that game?
No, they didn't. However, that's just the way it works out sometimes. You don't always deserve, but if you keep going, you get the results. So, and that's what England did. It shows you the level of what they're at, that they don't give in. And then when you've got superstars like Jude, you can always pull something out of the bag. So, but they didn't deserve it.
Would Southgate have been fired if they lost that game?
Oh yes, 100%.
I knew it.
100%. Yeah.
His head was on the chopping block. Saved his job. Anyways, let's get back to the markets. We got 3.5 more points to go here in the S&Ps to make new all-time highs. Francis, tell us your story. How did you find TopStep? Tell the people a little bit about your background, professional athlete transitioning into trading, how you found TopStep, how TopStep found you. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Francis.
Okay. Well, I'll start with TopStep. How I found TopStep. Briefly was trading crypto for a very long time, mainly Bitcoin, and the market became a little bit stale. The ETFs, all these types of things, the volatility and the movement and the setups just were not presenting. And we was on YouTube, and I've heard about futures, and then I've seen some TopStep videos, and then I went down the rabbit hole, and no looking back. Is by far the best way to get into trading, the best platform, the team, and what you do by far. So it was very easy for me to just say, this is who I'm going with. This is what I'm going to do. And, it's worked out perfectly, to be honest.
Thank you for that. All right, we are still rallying here. We did say 20,400 in the NASDAQ. This is wild, going into holiday trade. Okay, so you found us on YouTube, Francis. All right, so tell us about your background, being an athlete, transitioning into trading, some of the difficulties, some of the similarities that you've experienced.
Yeah, professional footballer in the UK, soccer player, as you say, over the pond for, probably nearly 15 years, from 16 all the way to 32, full time every single day. And coming into trading, the transition was quite hard, because in sports, you always want to win. You're always in competition with someone's trying to get your shirt, the opposition, new players coming in and out. So you're constantly, you're breeding a mindset to be constantly winning every single game, every training session, and putting your body through things that are uncomfortable. And then when you come into trading, unfortunately, you're not going to win all the time. Definitely when you start. And that was very, very hard for me. It probably took me longer than it would most people, because of the winning mentality that I had before. It was very hard for me to accept losing. And I still struggle with that now. But I always relate back to, at the end of the day, when you lose games, when you leave teams, when your contracts end, you need to pick yourself up and go again. And that's exactly how I then transitioned that into trading. And that's really, really helped me. Really helped.
Yeah, that is. Go ahead, Dolby. New all-time highs. Yes, go ahead, Dolby.
Yeah, that's why I was doing my whole arm raise thing. I was like, maybe I'll try to get along the NQ. Nope, it's wow. The races. I was trying to see if I could pick up like 389 50s, and it's already up to 408. There's just no chill in this market today.
Damn,
Short trading session. Markets will be closed in about 45 minutes. So, Thierry Henry's little brother. Very funny, Chad. Very funny. I'm not sure.
It's already come out. Someone would have said something. It's already come out. So
hey, it could be worse, right? It could be compared.
It could be worse. Yeah, it could be worse.
Way worse.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah. So Francis, I used to play a little bit of soccer in the US, and I was not very good, but I was always impressed at how many talented players there are in the States, around the world. And you played, I believe, Division 4 and Division 3, right?
Yeah.
So my question is,
go on.
So the question is that when you get up to like Division 2, Division 1, is the increase in skill linear or is it exponential? when you're talking about players?
Wow. So we have four full-time professional leagues in the UK. So we have 4 every day. You train every day contracts. And obviously the top one is what everybody speaks about, the Premier League, the Championship, League One, League Two. And I would say the League Two and League One are very, very similar. And then you have the Championship, which is like the second one down. That's little bit of an increase, but then the huge step is to obviously the biggest league in the world, which is the Premier League. But like you say, you've played a lot of the time. You've probably only got 4 or 5 top players within a team, and the rest make up the numbers. So you can actually be an average player and be a really nice guy, work hard, and get into the Premier League. There's many players like that. So you've got your elites, but the elites, there's only 1% of the elite. Everybody else is made up. So Jamie Vardy, for example, if you know about soccer, went from Division 5 to the Premier League. There's many players that have gone through the level. Ivan Toney, who plays for England now, he was at League 2, and then now he's playing in England within 4 years. So it can be done, but it's quite tough, and you need a lot of luck as well on your side.
Yeah, well, that's awesome. Thanks so much for answering that question.
New highs, 55, 89 new highs. I'm going to keep saying I'm going to be on repeat because this market is just out of control. Francis, tell us about what you trade here with us at TopStep, your setups, your indicators. Tell us about your general trading strategy.
Yeah, so I just do NASDAQ. Again, I came over and from crypto, and straight away it was a little bit crazy. I was trying to go in with minis, not realizing that, minis on 50Ks and can easily get me wrecked. And obviously on the BTC chart, you get a lot of liquidity grabs, a lot during the day. And that slowed down, obviously, before we came over to futures. But I've used the same type of way that I traded on crypto over on futures, but I've just not as gone for the liquidity grabs as much. I've been a little bit more patient, and then was watching Dakota and was thinking about and adding the 3-candle reversal. And I've implemented that, and that's been a game changer for me at my levels. And how I get my levels is I trade off the Fibonacci. I'm a Fibonacci trader. All my levels are off the Fibs, 618 and 75. And I line them up with your point of controls, your SR flips, daily highs, Asia lows, and things like that. So as long as I've got a confluence within my golden pocket, the Fibonacci, then that's where I'm looking for the 3-candle reversal to get into the trade. So I do like to go against the trend. A lot of people don't like that. And I like to go against the trend most of the time. I do find it quite hard to get into trend trades because I'm waiting for the reversal to then continue the trade. So I have to make sure it's in the right Fibonacci level. So yeah, you would say I'm contrarian, as they say in trading world, trying to do the opposite.
Very good. Well, it can work if you're patient enough, for sure.
Yeah, you gotta have patience. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dobie.
No, I was just saying, were you interested in the markets and finance and stuff while you were a footballer, or was it something that you got into after the game?
Yeah, why trading?
No, after the game. Yeah, after the game. I wasn't really interested because you're so solely on obviously being, an athlete, and you have to train, and you have to try and make sure the outside world of your sports is in order, which mine wasn't. It was crazy 20s, and yeah, I didn't even really start reading until I was 33, 34, and that changed my life, reading.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Hold on. What do you mean reading? Like reading period, or reading about trading?
As in obviously you read at school.
Yeah, okay. Oh, reading about trading. Yeah. You said just reading, you slept. Okay, so reading about trading and such.
But reading, trading, self-development, self-mastery books. Gotcha. And that was a game changer for me. Stoicism is something that I practice every day now. So that was a big game changer, which I wish I would have had when I was playing sports, football. But I wasn't mature enough to go down that route. So it wasn't until I got, scammed a few times through the Forex signals a long time ago before I actually found, which is quite crazy, Austin Silver in 2017.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, and I was trading with him he was doing live in a T3, I think it was called. So he's the first person I ever worked with trading, and then it's crazy that I now see him on here. So he was the first person, which was Forex, but I didn't like Forex. So don't take that personal, Austin, but I just didn't like Forex.
Hey, he's a futures guy too now.
Yeah, I think
He's
he's
futures
transitioned.
now. Yeah.
He's over the Forex too. A lot of people are left a lot of people with a bad taste in their mouth. The whole Forex thing. It's to put it nicely, they left people with a bad taste in their mouth. All right, we're continuing. We're seeing a bit of a pullback. I mean, Coach Jay in the chat says he's looking for about 25-point pullbacks in the NASDAQ to get long. That has been the play of the day. We're currently about a 7-point pullback right here. Currently trading 20,409, 20,410 now. I don't even know if you're gonna be able to get that 20-point pullback.
I'm trying to get long, Dre.
Okay, where? Like, where do you? Okay, Dolby, let's talk about it. Where do you get long? I mean, how are you? What kind of pullback are you gonna see?
I'm on the 1 minute. I have to go down to the 1 minute. So I trade ranges, Francis. To me, everything is a range. Whether the market's trending or downtrending, range bound, I always try to find a range wherever I can in the market. And the only one I can find right now in the NQ, because it's so bullish, is actually the 1 minute. So I can't wait to call the top live on air in front of 3,000 people. So this is going to be fantastic. Looking forward to it. But we're going to try to work some bids in the MNQ at 405 and a quarter and 400 evens.
Okay.
We'll see if this continues to the upside here.
Hey, Francis, question in the chat. Can you please ask the guest if he can provide his Fibonacci levels, his fib levels? If you have those available, please. Let's hit it. Here you go, chat. You asked, we answered. Go ahead.
Here we are. Okay, so for example, if I was looking at this now, what Dolby's looking at now, even though I wouldn't pull a fib on a 1 minute, but it might work out. I would just look for my last low and then my last high, and it's very, very simple. My fibs are just pulled from that low to that high, and I'm looking then to go against this little pullback, and then I'm looking to get in within the 6.8, 618, and the 7.5. That's the zone that I'm looking for. Yeah. The prices on that one, you're looking at 23.97 and a quarter up to 2400. So that would be a zone, which is the top of the little 1 minute range that I think that Dolby might be looking at just on the left. Yep. So that would be what I would look for on a higher term time frame. And then I would look for a 5 minute or even a 1 minute. I would look for a 5 minute, bullish engulfing candle or a free cat formation with a slight retest, and then I would look for the long. That's what I would look for.
Excellent stuff. All right, so there you guys go. 20,397 to 20,400. I think Dolby's working those bids as well. We're about 10 points off of that. So you get your retrace. There you go. Yeah, we will see, but we are working those bids. I think you got to work bids. Getting in market orders, you're going to be late to the party, or you're going to be paying a premium if you want to get long, Dolby. So I think working the bids the right play.
I know. NASDAQ just moves so fast that sometimes it just waves goodbye to limit orders. It just trends so hard. But we'll see. We'll see if we can get filled. Get a little bit of action here in the last 25 minutes of the trading session. So, Francis, you were saying that you primarily trade the London session. We were talking in the green room. You were saying the New York session's a little bit too chaotic. What is it like trading NASDAQ during the London session? I'm not awake, but you are.
Well, it tends to, once you get the move, it tends to slowly go throughout the day before the New York session. So if you can catch the move, you can probably stay in that for 3 or 4 hours if you want to, and then manage that trade. Like today, we took the short and we just continued it all the way down until the New York Open. And then you could have longed on the New York Open from a Fibonacci 618 and 75 because it just powered out of that Fibonacci level. A little bit risky because it was the New York Open. However, if you catch the London, it's nice and I wouldn't say it's nice because you have to hold on to it a little bit if it doesn't move straight away, but then the chaos is then over. I do have some people in the community and they work in the morning in the UK, so they do the New York session. They've been doing really, really well. But I've just noticed for me, I've got children, school runs, with the wife in the afternoon, things like that. It's best for me to just trade in the morning, and the afternoon seems to be a little bit more chilled for me. But that's only recently I've started to realize that after a little bit of an ear bashing from the wife. So
you're bashing from the wife. Love how that's phrased. Francis, question for you. How do you deal with not disappointment? How do you deal with disappointment? How do you deal with losing in these markets? Obviously, you're very successful athlete. You saw success at the highest of levels. and then you come into a different type of arena like this where it's cutthroat, competition is fierce, everyone's trying to go for yours, and you're coming for mine. How do you deal with not having success, or I guess immediate success or early success?
It's hard. For one, I think you've got to be interested in trading. Far too many people come into trading, and then if any first sign of adversity, then they give up. So I think you've got to like trading, for one, to be in this game, to deal with all the emotional distress and the things you're going to have to go through. But for me, it was very, very simple. I knew I wanted to trade, and I knew that there was no plan B. I moved to Dubai. I was in Dubai for a short period of time, and I was involved in real estate, and I just knew I always wanted to be a trader. So I just had to go all in on trading, and whatever happened was going to happen. I knew I was going to have to lose. But what I would say to people is, anything that you want to achieve, you're going to need to have serious discipline, and you're going to have to, you're going to have to eat. I can't say that on here, but as Gary Vee would say, you're going to have to eat a lot of what to obviously get through the bad times. And if you can't, you're probably never going to be able to get good at really anything, because you're going to have to go through losing. You're going to have to go through knockdowns, and you're going to have to go in the trenches in whatever you want to do to be successful. And trading, by the way, is harder than being an athlete.
Is that right?
So, yeah.
Do you say that because you're a natural athlete, because you were born with athleticism? Why do you say that?
That could be, for me, like you say, I'm natural ability, but the working hard and the other. When you're in sports, there's other people around you. You have a team, you have coaches, you have managers, you have liaison officers, you have people your pants are put out for you before training. It's ridiculous. But in trading, it's you. It's you. You have to deal with the habits and the belief systems that you've had from a very, very young age. And if you don't learn to rewire them, you're probably going to struggle. Whereas in sports, you're playing a sport that you love. There is knockdowns, but you can get up very, very quickly and resolve that knockdown. And it's more enjoyable than not enjoyable. Whereas trading at the beginning can not be enjoyable. Very frustrating. So yeah, if anybody asks me, I'll say, for me personally, trading has been a lot harder than obviously playing sports for me. But that may be because it became natural, and trading didn't become natural to me.
I would agree with that. I don't think anyone's born to be a trader. I don't think anyone's born. There's no gift. You do. You have to have a mentor. You have to have a mentor. It's very hard to go lone wolf at this thing. All right, Dolby, we're starting to see a bit of a pullback here. Here's your 10-point pullback. 10-point pullback in NASDAQ.
10 points. Let's see. I'm still keeping these bids in there.
I would.
I still want to see if
here we go.
What do you? I can get filled.
You're working 405s?
405s and 400s. We'll try to risk $50 on it.
All right, cool. Yes, people for asking for Francis's socials. We got you. We'll pull those up. We'll post them here in the chat. Did you get filled there, Dolby?
Yes, sir. We're long one right now. We'll try to get one more at 400 evens. The MNQ. But we'll see how this goes. Francis, do you feel like an athlete's competitive spirit and sort of ego and drive to win can be counterproductive to trading?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Just the wanting to win all the time. Something we don't learn in schools is relationship with money. My relationship with money was easy in, easy out. I get it. I'll spend cars, nightclubs, as you do as an athlete, champagne, women, all these types of things that you do when you're an athlete. I had no respect for money whatsoever. So coming into trading and seeing these numbers move very, very quickly, I'm going full tilt on every account that I can when I first start, and for a long time, and having no respect for money. So I then had to go and form a relationship with money as well, which I think is vitally important, because you need to have a good relationship with money. I heard Hoag speaking about it yesterday. In his early years, he had an issue in relation to a relationship with money. And I think it's a massive, massive thing that's maybe overlooked in trading, that I think people should take into consideration. What is their relationship with money, and how do they act with money, losing money, gaining money? and you find out a lot of things about yourself. I quickly realized that when I would get a decent amount of money in my football career, I would think like there's no rules. I would just go and do silly things 24/7 with this money, like I was invincible. So if that happens in trading and you see it in trading, it's a recipe for disaster. So yeah.
Francis, did you have, so essentially you had to learn the hard way then, your relationship with money.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Wow. I've had to learn the hard way in everything.
Welcome. Same. Join the club. Absolutely.
In everything. Yeah.
Hey, Francis, I got one question. What was the most extravagant thing you bought with that football money? If you could tell me really quick. Something just like car, jewelry.
So we wasn't on the Premier League money. So a lot of people think you're on the Premier League money.
£100,000 at the nightclub.
Yeah, I would say probably the worst thing, because I don't drink alcohol now. I did then. The worst thing was just buying Cristal back then was the thing.
Yep. Was.
You know, just buying Cristal for a bunch of, you know, girls and people at the table just to show off, and probably having half the bottle, and then the next day finding a bill for, I think it was about 12 grand. I hope my ex-partners are not watching this. But yeah.
Incredible.
It was about that.
Yes.
By the end of the night, which is silly, but
it is. But you're young.
It was fun. It was.
Yes, it was. You're young. You got a little bit of money. You're that success. It happened to me when I was trading. Yes, the money. You get numb to the money, and you kind of think that it's never going to run out. It's just a faucet. All you do is turn on the faucet, and the money pours out. Start spending it on dumb things. You do have to learn a relationship with money. Real quick, I want to let all the people know that all SIM accounts will be flattened before 12 p.m. Central Time. So about 25 minutes, all SIM accounts will be flattened here. So just a heads up there.
I'm flat, Trey. I got a little slacker-rooney, so I had to flatten this trade. Okay. But follow the rules. Francis, what books did you read to help, introduce the respect of money into your life? Were they trading books? Were they not trading books? What would you suggest to a new trader or someone trying to take your path?
Good question.
Yeah, well, trading books are good. There's, obviously trading in the zone everybody speaks about, and trading mindset and things like that. But for me, I actually found that it was all about, I needed to try and master myself, because I had, like most people, my vices weren't the normal vices. And I elaborate on that. Most people's vices are, whether that's alcohol or drugs or, certain things, or gambling or whatever it may be. But my vices were women. So try and rewiring your brain for women is kind of hard work. So I needed to go on a path of self-mastery. So I started reading just self-development books, and simple ones at first, Think and Grow Rich and all these types of things. And that was the catalyst, and Tony Robbins, for me to then kind of rewire the belief system that I had from a youth and through my 20s and early 30s. And then it went on to Stoicism and plenty of books, awareness, all psychology books, to be honest, leadership books. But the best book for me recommend is probably a book called Outwitting the Devil by Napoleon Hill. That for me was the game changer for me. Yeah.
Francis, on Amazon real quick. Post the link in chat.
Francis, the second time you brought up Stoicism, can you tell me a little bit more about Stoicism for those that aren't familiar with what Stoicism is in practice and what that looks like?
Well, again, it's 2000 or however many years ago, the Emperor Marcus Aurelius, and back then they were just they needed to create a mindset to the foundations is controlling your emotions. And that's why it's perfect for trading. How you respond, making sure that you pause between the non-thinking part of your brain and the thinking part of your brain. You need to pause so you allow the information to get to the thinking part of the brain. But what most of us do is we just don't pause. And the non-thinking part of our brain is what allows us to react and gets us in trouble. Whereas Stoicism will really, really bring that down. It's gratitude. It's, again, controlling the emotions, really, really bases and emphasizes on accepting the things that you can't control. And in trading, that's perfect.
Wow.
Because we
Yes,
can't
it is.
control what's going to go on in the market. We can only control our entry and our edge. So if we're going to be right statistically, we need to sit there and allow that trade to play out. Now, I still struggle with this a lot, but I'm getting a lot better by doing stoicism every day, and I journal every day in my stoicism book.
Yep.
By, Ryan
nice.
Holiday
Right here.
is
Always got his journal right here.
Yeah, Ryan Holiday is very good. But stoicism's great, and I go church, so that helps. I combine the two for faith and
good on you.
Obviously stoicism. Yeah.
Sounds like you've come a long way. All right. Well, very quick. We got about 4 or 5 minutes left here in Power Plays. We definitely want to bring you back, Francis. You are an excellent guest. The chat is really liking this. We did have a poll up here. Will NQ close above or below the previous all-time high of 20,371? We are currently trading 20,410. You got to say yes, right? You're in the money if you say yes. In the money calls.
Quick question, Dolby. Sorry, Andre.
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Why did you get out, Dolby, off this long?
Was
it just your
It was per risk manager. I got a DM. Basically, live accounts seem to be flat by like 11:30 or something. So that's why I flattened it. So otherwise, totally would have held this trade, and it would have been so far a great trade. I probably would have gotten filled at 400 evens. So theoretically, I'm probably long about 2 MNQ at 405. We'll see what happens here with the markets, but I had to get flat for those reasons, not because of anything technical or structural.
That was Francis's level. 397s to 400. That was your fib level. Boom.
I mean, that would have been a solid one. Yep. So Francis, what's your morning routine like? Obviously, like you have an overarching theme here of stoicism, discipline, and stuff like that. How does that manifest in like a day-to-day level when you're trading?
Oh, so yeah. I mean, I've got 4 children. 3 of them are big. God bless them, and I've got a little boy as well. And so the mornings can be a little bit crazy. So I try and get up as early as I can, between 5 and half 5. And then I'll just do the normal stuff. And then I hit the gym. I do morning analysis for the group. And then I look to do the London session. So I try to go to the gym before I trade to get rid of any tension, any stresses, anything like that. But I concentrate quite a lot on peace. I believe that you need to create peace in your life. If you can create peace in your life, life becomes very, very enjoyable and a lot easier. So everything I do is based around peace. Anything that's not peaceful or brings any negative towards me or my house or my family, I completely chop it off and it's out of the door. So my morning is all about making sure that the day is peaceful. So because if you start the day in a great way, then there's nothing that's going to really put you in a bad mood. Whether you lose a trade or not, you understand that you've already done the most important thing in the morning, which is create peace, get fit. I'm a massive fan of working out, probably because of my background, but I think working out stops you from indulging in any vices through boredom and things like that. So.
What do you? Are you more of a weight man or more of a cardio man?
I used to be cardio. I got very, very bored of running ridiculous miles.
It's so boring.
Recently, I've been doing,
boring running.
Yeah, I still run, but recently I've been doing, for the first time ever, I've been doing something called Dig Deeper by Sean T. He's an American. Yeah,
that's my guy. Hell
really?
Yeah, I love him. I'm doing it right now. Literally
there you go. So I'm doing Dig Deeper
yesterday.
Yeah, I finished the first 90 days and I decided to restart it again. It's that good. So I'm 3 weeks into the second time of doing it. And yeah, it really helps. Way, way stronger. I love it.
Have you done his Asylum stuff yet? Asylum Series 1 and 2?
No, I've done all the Insanities and the Max Insanities over the last decade.
Yeah, those are fun.
But yeah. So I've always been into those things, yeah. People think I'm crazy, but you
should check out the Asylum 1 and Asylum 2 series from him. There's a couple really, really good workouts. The Strength one, this is called Strength, is awesome. Like all compound and stuff. He's my guy though. I love Sean too.
Yeah, I'll try that. So that's what I'm doing every day at the gym at the moment. So
nice. So you're in great shape. I know that for sure. That is not easy stuff. That is not easy stuff.
All right. Well, we're going to keep an eye on these markets here. Francis, it's been an absolute pleasure. I still want to dig deeper. There's more. I think there's more to learn about you and your trading. I want to get your, real quick, what's your take on these markets these days? NQ, what's your take? Up, and away, we've made new all-time highs. Just get long and close your eyes and get long. What's your take?
It seems to be that even the trade that we took this morning in London, I was like, it could just be a buy the dip because we have that all-time high liquidity. I can't see it not taking that liquidity soon, and I didn't know it was going to be today. But you know, there's no stopping it with the Nvidia thing, with what's going on. Yeah, obviously, you know what's going on in the States, and I think Nick for a tick was saying that you just can't. It just doesn't make sense what's going on in the markets. So maybe you just have to try and not make any sense of it and just go with the ride. You know, maybe. But I struggle when we get into price discovery because I have no data. So I'm very edgy when we get to all-time highs. I don't really like to trade.
That's where we are right now. That's exactly where we are right now.
Nothing to look left for.
Yeah, there's not exactly. There's nothing to look left for.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're gonna wrap up this power. We're gonna wrap up this power player session. This was really, really fun. Francis would love to have you back on. Maybe we do a power hour with us if you can. Oh, you like trading London session? We'll figure something out. We'll get you back on.
We'll figure something out. Yeah.
We'll figure something out. We do have your YouTube channel posted, pinned to the top of the chat here. Please go check him out. This guy's super interesting. Got great stories. Hell of a trader too. That he just nailed that level. We're seeing some selling here. Again, one more thing. I want to remind all the sim accounts will be flattened before 12 p.m. Central. That is in 16 minutes. But one last segment here on Topstep TV. We got Top Quiz coming up next. Who we got on Top Quiz today? Oh, we got Eddie and Alyssa. Eddie, when Eddie does Top Quiz, controversy ensues. Well, controversy ensues this time. Anyways, Francis, thank you so much. Dolby time. It was good being back with you. I'll see you on Friday. We got Top Quiz coming up next. Thank you, Francis.
My pleasure.
Yes, it is. It's time for Top Quiz. Time for Top Quiz, and I hope you are ready. We've got Alyssa with us today. Hello, Alyssa. How are you? I see you got
Hey,
your
Eddie,
little
pretty good.
who's your
This is little
buddy?
Fifi. She won't let me be. We're renovating. She broke through the door. It's a whole thing, and now she's decided she wants to help play Top Quiz.
It's awesome. You know what? You don't have to make that call or reach out for a help. You got the kitty there to help you answer these questions. All right. Welcome to Top Quiz. And this is going to be our last segment of the day. Just a quick reminder, top of the hour, all SIM accounts will be automatically closed. So head to the door. Okay. Everybody head to the door. Make sure you're flat. And we'll do that. But let's bring in Jack. Jack's going to give us the rules for those that are new here playing Top Quiz. Jack, what do you got?
Hey, look, I feel like nobody playing on the 3rd of July on a half day of trading is a new person here, but if you are, welcome. You see, we have the closing bell timer down there because it's noon central is when that's closing, as Eddie mentioned. Anyway, Top Quiz. Join with the link at the top of the chat. Once you do that, I'm going to fight right now not to sneeze. That would be awkward. Once you do that, you'll get 4 multiple choice questions on your device. Answer them on your device. If you get 3 or 4 correct, you'll be eligible for one of 80 free resets that'll be raffled off. Yes, and we will show the winners on Friday with the holiday and what have you. Yes, the top 5 will get free resets, and then 75 random drawn from either 3 or 4 right. We're delayed by a few seconds, I think 6. So answer them on your device as it appears. And that's how you play Top Quiz.
Well, thank you, Jack. And I hope everybody is ready. Still got some people here signing up, but we're going to get this fired up here real quick here. And Alyssa, thank you very much for joining us. And let's get this going, Jack. All right, here we go.
Did you have a question?
Yes, we've got 4 of them. 3, 2, 1. Our first question of the day. Who did not sign the Declaration of Independence? We've got John Hancock, Charles Carroll of Carrington, Zachwell Binghamton III, or Thomas Jefferson. What is your guess?
Oh, I forgot to make coffee today, so this could be tough. Is it Zachwell Binghamton?
Zachwell Binghamton is correct. Yes, indeed. Good job. The other John Hancock, we know John Hancock, Thomas Jefferson, Charles Carroll. If you watched National Treasure, that movie National Treasure, he was one of the main characters that did sign the Declaration. But yeah, Zachwell Binghamton, I had fun making that name up. There you go. Let's take a look at our top 5. Zachwell Binghamton. Well, one for the road. Number 1 here, Rue 609. Rue. What plants crave? Tau and MFO1. That's our top 5 here right now. All right, let's take a look and see what we've got for our second question. During World War II, where was the Declaration of Independence stored? Was it Walt Disney's bunker, Fort Knox, New York's Kaz Deli, which is a famous deli, if you're ever in New York, hit Kaz Deli, or Grant's tomb?
Lots of is it Grant's Deli?
You said Fort Knox. Yes, you did. Your kitty. I heard your kitty go meow 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 meow.
That's what she was saying, and I missed my hair.
It was Fort Knox. Yes, it was. Meow meow. All right, let's take a look at our top 5. What plants crave has moved up to the first spot? RU609, Rue, MFO1, Bob Wiley, and Happy 4th of July. Those are our top 5 right now. And let's take a look here for third question of the day. Who was the King of England when America declared its independence? Was it Burger King? Was it the Lion King? Was it King George III, or was it BB King? Hey, you think you got this one?
Obviously, it was Burger King, 100%. King George, BB King.
King George, BB King. Yes. BB King was jamming around there, but yes, King George III. Most of the people got that right. 7 people did say Burger King, and I think 18, 16 people said BB King. So there you go from there. Let's take a look at our top 5. Any change? Rue jumping up to that first spot. Happy 4th of July, jumping to the second. Bob Wiley moving up. Cammy, and What Plants Crave. Cammy, a new name here on our top 5. And it's time for our last question of the top quiz. Let's see what we've got. You're doing great, Alyssa. All right, United States purchased Alaska from Russia for how much per acre? Was it $13.43? Was it $100 an acre? Was it 2 cents an acre? Or $1 an acre? Tricky.
I feel like I knew this once upon a time. Was it $1? 2 cents.
It was 2 cents. Oh, can you believe that? 2 cents an acre?
That's crazy.
Oh my God. What a deal. What a deal. But I tell you, I guess at that point, Alaska, there was really nothing out there but snow and wildebeests. No, anyway. All right, let's take a look at our top 5. Wednesday. Our winners in 3rd place, Cammy. Good job. You're going to get a free reset. Number 2, happy 4th of July. Perfect. And number 1 is Rue. Rue taking the top 3 spots. And the other 2, Bob Wiley and Futures Forex. You also are guaranteed a free reset. Now, remember, we don't have Power Hour today, so we're not going to have the list, but 80 winners will get a free reset. And I think most likely, should they check their email tomorrow or Friday? Or
No. We'll show them on Friday. With the holiday, the emails will go out Friday or Monday, but
all right,
we'll show the winners
Friday.
On Friday.
Drama at its finest. Did you win? All right. Remember, it's a random pick. But Alyssa, thank you very much for you and your kitty cat playing. You can give your kitty cat a nice little can of tuna for the reward of helping you get 4 for 4. So good job. Otherwise, Alyssa, have a great 4th of July. Let's get some rest, some re-energize, and we'll have you back here on Friday.
Thanks so much, Eddie.
All right. We got minute 55 here, 2 minutes before we do close out these sim accounts. Coming up Friday here, I'm going to get this in here while I got the time here. There's going to be some big numbers. We've got some big numbers coming up at 7:30 hourly earnings. We also do have 7:30 non-farm payrolls. It's going to be the big one. Non-farm, private non-farm, and also unemployment rate coming up Friday at 7:30. So after the holiday, make sure that you're prepared. Write yourself a little note, put it on your monitor. So if you do log in on Friday, you do know that something, these economic numbers will be hitting the wire very early. And you'd be wondering, what the hell's going on here? So be prepared. Also, 12 o'clock, Baker Hughes rig count on Friday, and that'll be about it. As far as I got a minute here. Friday, I will not be here. Neither will John Hoagland. But we will have JD and Gabe opening call. Andre, MP, Coach Jay, Coach Dakota for Fast Markets. Andre and Peter Tuckman, Dolby JD, James and Vanessa will be doing Top Quiz. Andre and Mick, we got David Green with Dolby. And the afternoon, Robert, Dolby, Anne-Marie for Strategy Lab. And to end the week on a good note, the dynamic duo, Andre Dolby, JD, and Coach Ray. All right, you got 30 seconds here. We're going to be closing those sim accounts automatically. And before we close out the show, I just want to say we really appreciate everything that our community brings us. We appreciate each and every one of you being positive, helping others, participating. And we do honor and respect those that show positivity and do participate. Don't be afraid. Don't be shy. We're not going to bite. 3 seconds here. And we are on the 12 o'clock hour, so you should have everything closed up. So it's family time right now. Take the rest of the day off. Tomorrow, we're not going to be here, okay? You've got some time with the family. Utilize that time. Life is short, okay? Utilize that time. Have the best times with your family. Get some love from the closest ones to you. So let's get some rest. Let's re-energize. Let's have a fantastic day here. Rest of the day. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Until we meet again. Oh, before we meet again, I just want to give you the rundown. Tomorrow we're going to be closed off the day. No slow markets. We'll be back Friday, July 5th. And once again here, until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Peace out.